Where did I put my coffee cup? I swear. Oh, there it is. Hello, I know, right? Right? Hello, darlings. How are we doing today? Yes, I know I have on the inner Bathory voice. But we will be doing work towards making this look like Luna / Laika, my more werewolf-esque characters, or my hellhound-esque characters. Hello, darlings. How are you doing today? Yep, I missed the pull away on that one. I missed the pull away. I may go grab myself a little tea towel. Boy. Hello. So yes, we can do live card reads. I'm also going to be working on some makeup, putting together some content. Somebody might be flying by to pick up something, so if I have to step away for a moment, pardon. But yes. Oh, and that's right. We should probably do some sort of lunch type thing. This works. Rice cake. Maybe an egg. Because, you know, why not? Hello, darlings. How do you do? What are we up to? This hair's got to get soaked, because the amount of dry is just not working for me. There we go. Hello. Hello, darlings. So, what shall we talk about? Shall we talk about some of the stuff that I just posted up a little bit more recently? And don't worry, yes, we're going to do plenty of the cosplay stuff. I got a little bit of it done yesterday, but I'm like, I wanted to do more Hellhound or like, cosplay yesterday, and just like, I could not get my ass in gear, and the heat was just putting me under. I promise, I'll be wearing those again soon. This summer heat is not super conducive for it, but, let's say if I make rent for August, that absolutely, I will wear a corset every single day of August if I can make rent. Right now I'm a little stressed. Not like, oh my god, stressed, but like, just like, okay, we're doing the thing, we're doing the thing. Which means, you know, keeping on pace with shit. That, and I really want to show you guys, like, some new corsets. I know y'all love Desire, I know y'all love her, but I think, you know, at this point, I deserve, and you deserve, more new corsets. So, I have a few in the works. I will be getting them out. I will be, you know, showing them off and all that kind of good stuff. I've literally got things on calendars now. I am more organized than I've ever been in my entire life. It's wild, because I actually have things scheduled to, like, go and do and post up and whatnot. So yeah, like, I'm getting a bunch of content preloaded so that this next week hopefully is almost completely on autopilot, so I can show you guys a lot more of the stuff that I've been working on. The stuff that I'm working on for my maid's outfits, and then some of the spicy work I'm doing. I'm looking for a good place to, like, post excerpts of what I do. But if you do like fan fiction and whatnot, my Call of Duty fan fiction is up on Archive of Our Own. Thank you, darling. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Pardon me as I'm wetting down my hair, because I really want my curls to refresh themselves. And I've got a cross between European and African hair because I'm half black, half white. So when that happens, like either your hair, it just greases itself like the underside of a car, or it's like just dry. And it's like, are you kidding me? So right now I've got to moisturize the losing daylights out of my poor hair. And then hope that the heat is of such a level that it will recurl correctly. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's like I want to say it's in the upper 80s right now. And even though I'm closer to the ocean side of California, like sometimes the air is just dry. It doesn't matter. Like you could be like standing, you know, nose deep in the ocean and somehow the air would still be dry. Which that one is just wild. Oh, good. Oh, it's in Florida. Oh, and you've got the humidity. Oh, I do not at all envy you for that. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, Palm Springs. Oh, I feel you, honey. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Every single memory I have of Palm Springs is like that 108-degree heat hitting you in the face and just breathing on you aggressively. I know Palm Springs heat well. There's a reason it's a frickin' retirement place. Oh my god, yes! Yeah, that part. Like, we have to get through August. August tends to be one of our hotter months. Like, no joke. Everybody thinks like June, July would be the hot months because summer. No. August. August is one of our most blistering hot months in California. And it's so nasty. It is so nasty. The only thing worse than August is September, because now you're back in school. It's still really warm, but you're sort of going towards fall, which makes our weather really, really weird. And you will get these god-awful things called the Santa Ana winds in that fall to winter changeover, and that can train wreck like your entire happiness right there. Right? Yeah, I'm trying. I promise I am. Trusting that damn universe. Ooh, hey. Hello, Arizona. Again, another state that I do not envy when it comes to, like, heat. Like, if somebody goes, oh my god, it's so hot here in California, which it very well could be, and then somebody goes, yeah, we're about the same over here in Arizona. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, do you want a popsicle, an otter pop, just a giant block of ice that you can wallow on? It's because it's so hot and it's so dry. Like, you inhale, you feel everything just instantly become dry. Like the back of a lick stamp dry. You're ugh. Oh, why? Just, like, moisture away. Like, you know how your nose can get, like, dry, and it's not great. But, like, you go, oh, I have a nosebleed. I have, okay, the sun is trying to rob me of my fluids. Nope, going back inside. That dry heat every time, no thank you. Right? Oh my god, otter pops are so fucking good. Otter pops are so fucking good. Yes, right? You want to look like an otter at the LA Zoo. Oh, there we go. Hair is starting to look a little bit better. I want some height here, because when I do the cosplay for, like, the werewolves, like when I do Laika or when I do Luna, but especially for Laika has very, like, full hair. Whereas Inner Bathory tends to pull the hair back so it forms almost like a crown. Laika's overall look is, like, the big hair. Think very, very 80s, 90s hairband rocker-esque. That's more of Laika's feel. Inna is trying to, you know, be more modern, and so she's learning, and that's why the look is kind of all over the place. I think I might just set up a very specific outfit for Leica. That way it's consistent every time. And I have a feeling it's going to be my red high slit tartan skirt with, like, I'm just trying to find the right top for her. Because I want that. I want it to, like, read when somebody sees it, goes, oh, that's Leica. You know, yeah, she looks cute, she looks on point, she looks hot and everything, but, like, yeah, that's Leica versus in a Bathory. So, yeah. Hello, darlings. Ooh, Louisiana. Oh, good God. Louisiana. Are you okay? Do you need some gumbo? Would you like some mint julep? Actually, I kind of like both of those things right now. Ugh. Let me go turn on the air conditioning, because right now it is just hot and disgusting. Oh, do I have my back window open? Oh my God. What? There we go. But yeah, you know it's got to be really warm when all of nature is trying to come inside, even though it is, like, almost as hot in here as it is out there. Ah. Ugh. I already had to rescue this cute little jumping spider. Oh, it's the sweetest little male. Because I want to say that they're the regal jumping spiders. I'm trying to remember just the patterning itself. Mostly black body with white markings, a touch of orange, kind of like on its little thorax. No, abdomen. The larger part that was smaller. That's why I knew it was a male. And then slightly turquoisey pedipalps, chelicera, mandible area. But yeah, no, it was the sweetest thing. It was super lost inside, and it's going, oh God, oh God, oh God. You know, freaking out because it's, like, right up against a window and I can't figure out how to work a window. And I'm like, oh, you poor thing, we're gonna gently put you outside. So, you know, had to capture it, took it outside. But yeah, it was so confused. But I think it's also hot versus cold. It's a little bit cooler in here, but outside it's chitty. So, what's everybody up to? What shall we speak on? I'm trying to decide whether or not I truly want to turn on my hooking stovetop at all, but I do know that I need to make at least a little bit of some sort of food. Hello, hello. How do you do, darlings? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, let's get you plugged in. So, yes, let's talk about some of the stuff that I posted up. So, I don't, sometimes I just let the internet gods take me where they want to. And today, for whatever reason, they felt it a good idea to take me over to the site of TikTok where we have people who are actually looking into things like food waste and showing examples thereof. Oh no, cramps. Are you a hot or cold cramp type person? As in, if you use heat, does it help it feel better, or do you need something cool to make it feel better? And also, and how do I phrase this? How do I phrase this? Things that have a strong vibration may be very helpful for your particular situation. It overloads the nerve endings so that you become slightly more numb. And it also helps to relax the muscles that would normally be overclocking themselves, if you understand my meaning. Definitely put down a towel. Definitely put down a towel. This is it's by no means an easy process, but yeah. That is a helpful way that many people have found to relieve the cramp itself. I mean, that part. Like, don't be worried about, oh God, what if? No. If you're dealing with cramps that bad, like, look for the alleviation. Worry about the cleanup later. And hydrogen peroxide is good for most of that stuff because it destroys the protein bonding to other material. Just saying, I went through that process for, God, 25 years or so. So yeah, that was pure hell. Damn jellyfish. If you know, you know. Right. That, very much that. Now, if you are using glass, because there are some lovely glass massagers out there, usually hand-operated massagers, do not put them in the freezer. Do not put them in the freezer. Do not put them in the freezer. The reason you don't put them in the freezer, like main reason, is A, if it gets too cold, you remember, what was that, Red Ryder BB gun? To a telephone pole? Yeah. You don't want your lip sticking to your phone pole. That is a very uncomfortable affair. And yeah, it's just, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Cold water soak is usually good for that, or the refrigerator. Refrigerator gets it plenty cold. Trust me. Gets it cold without having to worry about a lip injury. Because really, do you want to have to explain a lip injury like that to anybody? Okay, possibly to your friend, because you know you're both going to laugh at that shit. But, like, if you have to go into the doctor over that incident, like, well, you know, I stuck it in the freezer. No. So, yeah. Then there's always, you know, give it a good wash afterwards. If you want to, like, be doubly safe, you know, wrap it up in a prophylactic. If you wrap it in a prophylactic, that is, like, you're, like, doubly reassured that you're safe. So, yay! It's all about the stopgaps. So, what's everybody up to? I think we were talking about food waste? Ah, yes. Food waste. So, yeah. My FYP today took me over to kind of the activist on the ground kind of side. And I saw several things where companies are, like, wasting huge amounts of food, especially. And that is one of the things that really gets under my skin, is companies wasting food. Sometimes even purposefully tainting the food that they throw out. And they could literally donate it all. Like, literally. Like, there are Good Samaritan laws in place in a lot of states that basically say if you're a company, corporation, grocery store chain, restaurant, blah, 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 whatever, you can donate food in good faith. In other words, saying you know that it's not rotten or tainted, there's nothing wrong with it, this should be good, edible food, here you go. They can donate that to charities, organizations, food pantries, the whole nine. And they choose not to. And a lot of these companies get paid back for food that goes to waste. They get paid back for their losses. And they get paid back whether that loss is we had to throw it out or we had to donate it to charity, and then they get a big, giant tax write-off for charity. I'm like, it should be absolutely, literally criminal. I am speaking the very little literals at this point. But yeah, it should be criminal for them to just throw that food out. It doesn't make any sense for them to be able to waste like that, especially when they are recording record high profits while they are record high gouging us. Like, And then you're going to sit there and throw out food that you could be giving to people in desperate need? Get fucked. Like, yeah. Ooh, you're... did you have a change in your protein intake recently? And or have you brushed your hair thoroughly recently? Because sometimes it's just shed. So if you went from eating, say, a lot of protein, especially a lot of animal protein, to suddenly, like, not having a lot of protein in your diet, or, you know, you go from like, say, a very omnivore diet to suddenly a very vegetarian diet, and have a major shift in how much protein you're taking in, sometimes your body will go, what's the first thing we could sacrifice? And it'll go to the hair, because yes, the hair is protein, but yeah, it'll go to the hair and you'll start shedding more. It's one of the major symptoms that you get when you get a gastric bypass. That's why they're like, you gotta take in more protein. Like, they're telling you 25 grams of protein, where, like, and that's like 2 to 3 times a day. They're like, you gotta, I'm like, that's a lot. That is a lot. They're like, yeah, overall, you're gonna need something closer to 75 grams of protein per day in order for your system to function because of your lowered nutritional intake when it comes to having a gastric bypass. I'm like, fuck. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, that could be it. If you can, substitute either with a plant protein or, like eggs, milk, something else to kind of replace that. Oh, I love... Oh, okay. I might actually need to, like, download that, because fuck yeah. But no, I would love to see something like that implemented, like, across the board. Or just, if your food is good, but you need to, like, move it out, donate it to shelters. Because shelters, whether it's, like, a homeless or a DV or otherwise, like, those shelters could very much use those donations to be able to, you know, feed the people that they got there. But yeah, it's a whole ass thing. I really get angry at the amount of waste that goes on, and we're just supposed to take that as, oh, that's fine. And it's like, you're charging me $15 for a dozen donuts at Krispy Kreme. So that's like $1.25 per donut. Yeah, that's like $1.25 per donut. And then you're throwing out hundreds of dozens per day, because end of the day they're going to be stale, blah blah blah, whatever. If you were to call it charity, most charities that are actually helping people will gladly show up, often with a large vehicle, to load any food and then go to distribute it either in the shelter or, you know, near where their charity is, or give it out at the food pantry. Like, I'll tell you right now, I will take a day-old stale donut. Actually, you can make some really fantastic bread pudding from it. But also, like, you know, like a day-old donut, fuck yeah. With a cup of coffee, you know, to start your morning, especially when you got nothing else, when you just need a little bit of humanity to, like, be able to, like, decompress for, like, 5 fucking seconds. Yeah. It's okay that sometimes your body looks at meat and just goes, no thank you, no thank you. Sometimes it's just a reset on enzymes. Sometimes your body is looking for other specific nutrients that meat apparently is not providing. So it could be the type of amino acid, which is the building block for protein. It could be the type of amino acid. It could be that you're needing other certain nutrients. It could be that you're just really needing to take in way more like fruits and vegetables and the fibers that those provide. Mm-hmm. Heck yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I remember when I was driving for DoorDash. Oh God, look, 2 years of that shit. When I was driving for DoorDash, if something went really wrong in the order and the order had already been picked up, but they, canceled or this, that, or the other, the driver would be allowed to either keep or throw away or otherwise donate the food that was, no longer wanted by the customer. And there was a couple times that I got some really good meals. Like, really good meals. In fact, meals that lasted me several days. Because, a customer just, at the last moment, was like, oh, yeah, no, I canceled. I accidentally double ordered or something happened and, we're good. And I'm just like, but I have food. And they're like, yeah, and you can either keep that or throw it away. And I'll tell you right now, like one time it was Carl's Jr., there was waffle fries, there was a Western bacon cheeseburger, which is my favorite burger, from them especially. But yeah, it's like, they first said, oh yeah, you can go ahead and throw that away, and I'm like, what if I don't want to throw away the food? They're like, hey, we don't care what you actually do with it. Throw it away or, have it yourself. Like, another time, $200 worth of barbecue from a very good barbecue place called Louise. Louise barbecue is just, it's so good. It's so good. Like, the ribs are just fall off the bone. Their biscuits, oh my God. Their banana pudding, yes. Like, it's so good. But yeah, like, again, it took me a long time to get to the place, even longer to get to where I was supposed to. They canceled the full order, so I'm sitting here with $200 worth of barbecue. And I was like, I of course have to call in. I'm like, hey, it looks like they canceled the order, da-da-da-da. And they're like, yep, looks like they did. Here's half pay, because they got to pay you something. Here's half pay. I'm like, that's bullshit, but okay, fine. And you can do whatever you want with the food. I called up friends. I was like, hey, I'm getting off shift right now. I got like $200 worth of barbecue. Would y'all like some barbecue with me? And they're like, fuck yeah. So yeah, like, again, here's where both the restaurant and the app, and I will tell you right now, this app is dog shit with the way it treats its drivers. But yeah, like, both of them recognize that the food did not have to go to waste. I could do what I would with it. And they were like, do what you will. And literally everybody else was absolved of any sort of liability. If I were to throw it away, cool, fine. If I were to eat it and get sick, that would be on me. That would be on me. Because at that point, it's like a good Samaritan law. Hey, Gregory, how are you doing, darling? Mm-hmm. Which is fine. When I say vegetable protein, I mean legumes, beans. If you can stomach it, tofu. Which, I mean, your name is soybean, so. But no. Replace the vegetable, or replace the cow meat or the meat with a vegetable protein substitute, just so it slows down the hair loss until your body can stand the animal protein again. Ooh. Oh, that sounds fantastic. That sounds. I honestly wish that there was a nightclub culture or a club culture that, or even just a late night eats culture, where instead of eating like one big heavy meal at like 7 o'clock, that you'd have a nice light meal, and then you would like go out for like a late night light meal. So like 10 o'clock or so, 9, 10 o'clock or so. Just somewhere you could wander to, somewhere that's like, local-esque, for like, not a full meal, but like a small portion. Just like a nice little, box of something. Like a little slice of lasagna with a little cruet of like garlic bread would be fantastic. And give me like a little thing of like tiramisu, just, it's the leftovers from the day. Everybody gets like a little scoop, a little thing, and inexpensive. That would be so fucking good. Ooh, I've never been to a Waffle House. I want to. I do want to. We just don't have them over here on the West Coast as far as I know. Waffle House just sounds like a wild-ass version of Denny's. And trust me, Denny's can get wild. Waffle House seems even more so. It's impressive. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I gotta put a little bit of water in here. If anybody needs a card reading, I am doing live card readings tonight, probably tomorrow as well. I will be getting content up and listed. I've got art that is up and listed in Coffee. I will hopefully be listing even more of it shortly. I'm just sorting everything out. Fair enough. Fair. I think it's more that I want to go for the ambiance. And I know that seems very odd, but diners have this very interesting culture and community all of its own. And like Denny's is made for stoners and truckers. It's a non-verbal culture. It is the, oh yeah, we can order out loud if we need to, but if I'm just bleary-eyed and kind of unfocused, I can just go, and that's it. You can kind of grunt at your server, and everybody's like, yeah, okay, yeah. And then you leave a nice tip. You leave a nice tip. At least, $5. Just, you slip it under a coffee cup, you're good to go. Yes, that part. If you're a little tanked at 3 a.m., you need a little protein to calm your system down so you're not going every 5 steps as you clutch one heel and then limp with the other one. Yeah. Hey, Boston. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I love drunk girls like you would not believe. I fucking adore drunk girls. Why? Because between style choices and what is acceptable when in survival mode, like Eliza Schlesinger does some hilarious routines about like, the drunk cold girls going to the club, doing that whole thing. And it's true. The reason everybody laughs so fucking hard at those jokes is because they're dead ass, honest to God, true. We do that shit. Especially as Californians, we do that shit. Sorry, I'm getting my rice cakes just warm enough that I can actually get a toothpick through them. Yells. And we may shiver like chihuahuas looking like we're about to piss from our eyes. But damn it, drunk girls fucking rule. Not to mention, a drunk girl will help your ass in a bathroom in a heartbeat and not question it. Like, one of my favorite characters on She-Hulk was Madison. Why? Because she was the quintessential sorority, but like good sorority chick. Who, you know, the bitch had a drinking problem, but at the same point in time, whether she was drinking or not, that was her personality. And like, she would help a bitch out in a heartbeat. Fucking love her for that. Ooh. Chocolate tequilas from Mexico? What? Oh my god, yes, yes. And that was me yesterday, too. Like, I had the worst time. Like, I got a bunch of stuff done because I just couldn't abide by sitting still. But I could not get motivated to do the actual thing that I was getting dressed for. And I'm like, I just need to do this thing. I just need to get dressed up and make the content. And my body was like, if you make me dress up, I will scream and kick my feet, and I will end this conversation. I'm like, fucking seriously? So yeah, no, I freaking feel ya. There we go. Right, like just enough energy to exist, but not enough energy to do anything about it. Mmm. I fucking love rice cake. Mmm. Mm. You hear unhinged cursing, it's my own fault. I think I'm gonna do the bone marrow tomorrow. Ooh, which means I need to make bread tonight. I will try and do some content recording and do bread tonight. And then do bone marrow tomorrow on toast points. And then that way I can also do bone broth. Ooh, yes. Because honestly, a hot Sunday, like I will suffer myself a nice hot Sunday if I'm making bone broth. Because bone broth, you gotta turn that one pilot light on and just, it's a pilot light. That's all it is. It's that little tiny light that's right there in the middle. That really, really small one. And you just let it go all day. And you just let it boil. When it boils down, you top it up again. Let it boil, top it up again. For like a good, like a solid 12 hours. Anything under 12 hours, honestly, is, you're not doing it a service. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes to bone broth, give that bone as much time as possible to like really sit and do its thing. And let that soak for just a touch. Let us marinate the meat. Hello, darlings. So, what shall we talk about? Pick a subject. You know me. We get started on one subject, it tends to wander to other stuff. A little wash your sister sauce. Let's see. Oh, I know what I need. Love, sweet love. But there's just too little love. Sorry, I've been like warbly. What is... No worries, no worries. I think my... Yeah, it looks like my laptop overheated itself just a touch. Ooh, I am working on... Okay, so I did tteokbokki on like little toothpicks. I'm gonna grill those, or at least put a little butter in a pan, brown those up nicely, put a little sauce with it. And right now I am just chopping and mincing and marinating my shaved pork. And I think I might actually put some rice on the boil as well, because I know that I'm probably gonna want something simple but like tasty later on, that's on the cold side rather than on the hot side. And since garlic is an aromatic, the more you chop it, the more cell walls that you break, basically, the more the aromatic can come out. I'm just giving it a quick, rough chop. And there. Occasionally I invite friends over, but we often go out for dinners or over to their house for stuff, so yeah. When I go new places, though, that's when I tend to bring baked goods. Because I am a nervous introvert, and I gotta bring something to the party. And yes, it would be very easy to buy something, but I figure if I put in a little effort, it's like, there you go. Please don't come at me. Don't, like, if you're gonna talk to me about the food first. It's a good icebreaker, basically. Hello, Santa Barbara. How do you do? So we put a little Worcestershire sauce, a little bit of garlic, minced garlic, touch of sesame oil. You bastard. I swear to God, you fucking touch my pork, we will have a whole new set of problems. Yes, I do talk at animals. Okay. Just a touch of salt. Not too much, because there's plenty of saltiness in the Worcestershire. And then, where is my... Oh, there's the sugar. Hi! Wait, what? What was not understood? Yo! Right! I swear, I have a collection, a little collection of mugs, and it's just like, I do not pass up a good mug when I'm out at the thrift store. Touch of sugar. Oh yes, and then not in that. I don't feel like gochujang today. We're gonna let this sit and rest for, let's give it at least 15 minutes. This food. There we go. This is one of my favorite mugs. It's a big ass mug. I want to say I got it like at a white elephant gift for, like, you know, the holidays and whatnot. But yeah, holds a very sizable amount of coffee with plenty of milk, condensed milk, whatever else I want to fucking put in it. So yeah. Have fun on your date night, darling. Let me see if I can put on a little music for our background. Wait. Let me know if that's too loud. I just had to have something on the background. Actually, it is slightly too loud. Hello, hello. Okay, so we've got dropped and dropped. And actually, I'm going to transfer this here. I feel like putting a little bit of ice in this. Which I know, it's ironic that I am putting ice in this particular glass because it's not meant for that. So, my darlings, what shall we talk about? So this is a brandy snifter. And usually, yes, you hold it like this, with your hand under it, because it's actually meant to use the heat from your hand to warm the liquid inside to open up the flavors. So yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you for reminding me. If anybody would like to donate this weekend towards next week's groceries, by all means, feel free to hit up the Blinks in Lio. There's a lot of different ways for that. You can also sponsor trips out and around Long Beach, where I just like go pick up a meal. Sometimes we eat there, sometimes we eat in a park, or sometimes I bring it home, depending on what the air quality has been. And the air quality has been really trash, so we've been doing stuff at home. But yes, if you wish to donate towards that, we will go. I will show you what I buy. In fact, people got to come along to my trip to the H Mart last time. But yeah, I go out. I show you basically where I buy, what I buy, kind of how I look at prices, how I pick, you know, fruits, vegetables, all that kind of stuff. And you know, we can do like a couple of planned meals if you'd like, so you can see it. And that's why I was like, hey, we got vodka. And then we're just marinating the meat real quick, and then I'm going to take it, roll it, and toothpick it as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways. Hello, hello, hello. How do you do? How is everybody today? The energy has been a little bit low this last week. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like across the board. The energy's been a little bit low this last week. I know there's a lot going on. So I know people need to like talk about stuff. Hence the reason I do salons. Places where people can talk and like, you know, fucking relax and bleh. Right? Oh yeah, 1,000%. We keep shifting. That's the problem. It is tiring to do that much shifting. And now I believe we have, what, a Capricorn full moon, which is being Captain Drama. Didn't we just literally have a Capricorn full moon 2 months ago? June? So, yeah. Oh, thank you, darling. And that's exactly what I am trying to do. I like the vibe, not just because it, you know, everybody can be a little bit lo-fi and chill to it, but because it's a calm way to actually exchange information. Some people, and like no tea, no shade, like people who can do that, cool. But like some people, like they get on and they're very, and like they have to be controversial to have their notoriety. And like, I can't do that. I know too much science and too much Bible. I was raised evangelical Christian. There's a reason I have trouble with organized religion. Not religion necessarily as a whole, but organized religion. I have too many opinions on that shit. To say the least, to say the least. But yeah, no, I like creating a relaxed vibe where people can still have very salient conversations without the need to, like, yell and scream, as it were. Oh my god, that is good. Pardon as I snifter my Viet coffee. Ooh, that's what sounds good, because fuck Folgers. Look, Folgers is... I like yelling, and you've seen me yell. Okay, not yell, but you've seen me get heated. You've seen me. I do love a good, passionate discussion. I like a charged discussion. I like a discussion that has some difficult points to it. I don't like the ones where they are just screaming to scream, and they're screaming over each other, and I'm like... And there's definitely a difference between co-talking, where you're talking kind of in tandem with each other, and then talking over each other. And I don't have the patience for people who will try and bullshit a point with a lot of words to make no point, just so that you will forget what the original point was, and then they can go, and that's how this happened. You're like, you didn't say anything. Yes, I did. I said the whole long rant. Yeah, and none of that word salad that you vomited out had anything to do with the actual conversation at hand. So, since you can't stay on target, you can either fuck off, or you can actually make your point in short form. Pardon all the whistling, I don't have my dentures in. I love that fucking analogy so much, soybeans. I love that so goddamn much. I simmer the water, okay? I simmer the water. Because I don't tend to simmer well. I tend to go from simmer to flash boil. And it took me a really long time to train myself out of the flash boil. Because the flash boil is unpleasant and unhinged. And for the most part, I don't like doing that because I'm too easy of a target, as it were, and I know how to hurt palm-colored male feelings really hard. I know how to cut to the bone in just the right way because I was raised by that community. And, yeah, no, I tend to get myself in a lot of trouble real quick because I speak their language, and the amount of discomfort I can create within them, they hate it. They hate it too. Like, I have watched full-grown-ass men damn near lose their shit, but also realize that if they came at me, there's a chance that I would swing back, but bigger so, there is every possibility that they would then be humiliated in front of an audience because they became the emotional one and lost their shit on somebody that was often very much shorter than them and very femme-presenting. I'm like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, and I know it. And that's why I did it. Because if they don't lose their shit, they know that they've lost the argument. They have to walk away because I'm not, I'm not letting them vomit out their lie and just, believing it. And then if they lose their shit, well, then they lost their shit on... And that's never going to look good. So yeah, no, I know it's a double-edged sword. I know it's a gambit. Same point in time. Just say. Okay, good. I was like, did I leave that on? No, I didn't leave that on. I didn't leave that on. If I had breadcrumbs, I could have dipped and pankoed those. Damn. Thank you, darling. It is one of my all-time favorite dresses that I got from Shein. I adore them. Yes, I know they're fast fashion. There are some ethic issues with that, but right now we have overall ethic issues for the fashion industry. And fast fashion sucks, but, don't even get... Okay, so I have a degree of fashion design. The rants that I have about the fashion industry could go on for hours. So yes, I will say, I love it. I also recognize that it is fast fashion and that there are things that need to be changed, but this is definitely one of my favorites. It looks really nice. It feels really nice. It's super comfortable, and it's been very durable. Like, I can wash this, and I mean, I've been washing and wearing this, I think, for about a year and a half now. Absolutely adore it. Love it. Oh, that's so good. I'm gonna make more coffee. That's for damn sure. I don't think I've had enough coffee today. Because, you know, reasons. Let's see. We also need to cut up a little bit of onion. Right? Exactly, exactly. Sometimes all you can afford is fast fashion, and there is no shame in that. And sometimes the fast fashion is the same quality. Sometimes the fast fashion is even slightly better quality than some of the more expensive stuff you can get, which is wild. And, like, I would never suggest Temu. Their quality is so, like, some of their stuff is, wow, this is amazing quality, especially for what I spent. And others of it is, Jesus, they didn't even hit my expectations of, damn, seriously? Wow. So, yeah, like, but fast fashion is just, how do I put this? It's a way to get money. And it's a way to do it at a lower price point that more of us can afford. Overall. It's the practices that are held within fast fashion that are problematic, not necessarily being able to produce quickly. Because a lot of those high-end tops are trash quality. Like, okay, so, being that I'm a seamstress and have a fashion degree, and, you know, I'm a little bit of a, when it comes down to it, I look at the quality of everything. I was raised in the 80s, where quality was king, where quality was the first thing that you looked at when you went to a brand, and that brand would then become one of your lifelong brands, you know, with customer loyalty and everything, because it was, you know, good shit. Like Nike used to be a fantastic shoe. Used to be the kind of shoe that you had to outgrow, or else it would take, you know, like 2-3 years to actually wear the damn things out. And that's with, like, playing in them and being really rough with them. It would take 2 to 3 years for you to really, like, put a dent on them. Nowadays, you can run the toes off of their sports models. Like, literally, their stuff meant for sport, meant for track and field, meant for doing things. Like, you can wear those out in, like, 2 months of just regular training. Not even hard training, but regular training. And I'm like, if you're spending $200, $300, $400 on a pair of trainers, and they wear out in, like, 2 months, hell no. That is not a good shoe. That is not a good shoe at all. Right? There are times, yeah, that they literally just slap the brand name on. And it's not about the quality. It's literally you're paying for the brand name. I think somebody took apart a Louis Vuitton bag. And just, they looked at the quality of the leather. And they looked at the stitches, like all of the thing, all of the labor that would go into it. And this was something like a several hundred, maybe even a $2,000 Louis Vuitton bag. Which I will tell you right now, back in the day, if you're spending $2,000 on a Louis Vuitton bag, that shit was made so well. So freaking well. We're talking genuine Moroccan leather via Italy stitchers. Like, it was a whole thing. They took this bag apart, one of the recent modern ones, and it was like something like $60 worth of parts and labor. And they were selling it for damn near $1,000, $2,000. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's not just a markup of like 150% or 200% that you would expect when you're, you know, like moving goods around and whatnot. That is several hundreds percentage. That is like, that is close to a 1,500% markup. That should not be acceptable at all. How much are most of my shoes? My shoes actually vary. So, I have a pair of shoes that I got, I actually have a couple pairs of shoes I got from Ross. One was like $10. Another pair was like $14. They're good shoes. They're serviceable. You know, they hold up. They do what they need to do. But then I also have a pair of Demonias. And I love Demonia. I fucking love Demonia. I've had Demonias before. And I had a pair that lasted me 15 years. And I just got a new pair that I now am breaking in and that I wear occasionally and whatnot. And I love them. They were Torment boots. And they were $120. So again, not even all that expensive in the grand scheme of things. But again, such quality. Compared to, what was it? Balenciaga, I want to say a couple years ago. They had these like plasticky, they looked like a child's art project that got Count Amari Damacy like rolled through a bunch of shit and then baked into a plastic form. The things were god awful. They were ugly. They were ugly as shit. And then they were spray painted this mottled gold color. But overall, on sale in Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive at Saks Fifth Avenue, they were $1,800 at a 50% off sale. Do the math on that real quick. For plastic. For clunky plastic at that. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the whole point. Like, if you're paying that much money, especially for a designer bag, and most designers have to start off with very good quality to get that crowd base, to get their loyal customers. So to go from having really great quality to really shit quality, like, and never taking your prices down, like, what the fuck? I can't even imagine. I can't. Right, the 1K plastic bags. We used to call those Eda bags. We used to call those punishment at schools for having too many pew-pews come through. Like, how much does an average shoe cost to make? It depends. It does depend. It depends a little bit on your labor costs, but it also depends on your materials costs. But, like, most shoes don't cost more than $10. Maybe upwards of the range of $50, depending on the, again, that comes down to materials more often than labor, because a lot of the labor is crowd-sourced to places that we call the Global South for cheaper rates. So that's why sometimes your label on something like your True Religion jeans might be a little off-kilter. It's because a 5-year-old, literally, had to hand-stitch the damn thing on. So yeah, I'm doing good. That part, and that's the part that's wild to me. When your knockoffs, when your counterfeits are better made than your actuals, damn, that's just, Yes, darling, I'm drinking iced coffee. I did, percolator steep with, I think this one has condensed milk in it, and then a little bit of regular milk in it as well. That part. Well, I mean, and it used to be Chanel, Coach, Nike has always been a big counterfeit magnet. Yeah, like, just the, and here's, oh my god, here's the thing. So, if you're ever rich, or in a place where they have the direct product, aka Italy, they will mad dog you the entire time that you are in the store because of counterfeiting. If they're like on you and it feels like Dude, you're up my asshole. Could you either buy me dinner or at least call me by my name? Like, what the shit? It's because counterfeit is so rampant in that like they worry about people coming in with like wearing, you know, cameras or whatnot so that they can see the schematics, but also there's this thing where they will buy the bag, take it over to have somebody basically do a visual inspection and deconstruction of it, and then they will use those schematics to make the counterfeits. And they make it as close to the original as possible, and then that person will go, I didn't really want the bag after all, and go back and return it and get the money back. It's a whole ass scheme to the point where they have like literally banned people for life. They've got loss prevention, they've got facial recognition, the whole thing. Yes, I had all of my teeth pulled. There's a lot of lead up to that. Genetic conditioning, Hashimoto's, autoimmune disease, cancer, gastric bypass, bunch of stuff that just kind of stacked up, made it to my teeth were just crumbling, and went ahead and had everything pulled. So most times I'm talking, I don't have my teeth in. If I do put it in my teeth, I usually put fangs on top because I like doing that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah! Yes! Oh my god! The knockoff Disney shit. Although, I don't feel sorry for Disney. I don't feel sorry for Disney one bit. I wish everybody would do that. I really do. And here's my whole reason. Disney is one of the worst offenders when it comes to workers' rights. They are terrible at paying their artists. Now they're starting to use AI to create their animation rather than pay their animators. They routinely steal artists' work. I do mean routinely. They were caught stealing an artist's work who did basically this really awesome Jungle Cruise Tiki Cup. And it was just fan art. But he actually made a Jungle Cruise Tiki Cup. Looked awesome. Had his impression signature on it, everything. Their art department stole it all the way down to the fucking signature and then posted it for sale on their websites. And when the artist was like, hey, y'all literally stole my art. That was a creation that I made that was my fan art. Nobody talked to me about it in any capacity. And, like, you stole it down to my signature. Like, WTF. So, yeah, no, fuck it. Yes and no. Yes and no. AI can do a lot of things, but simply allowing people, corporations, I shouldn't even say people, but simply allowing corporations to go unchecked and unnoted when they are doing fucked up things. No, that and AI is, again, AI is just scrapers. AI doesn't have its own thought. AI doesn't make its own art. It literally has to steal from artists in order to create. And it creates by just mashing things together like Play-Doh until it sort of resembles a loose version of kind of what you're trying to do, sorta. So, yeah. AI can have its place for certain things, but we, the people, decide whether or not we simply let it go unremarked upon when companies like Wacom use AI-generated art to advertise things like drawing tablets while they are actively taking money away from artists. So Wacom, you can also get fucked. I have strong opinions. Sorry. Can you you can copyright a lot of specific types of art. I'm trying to remember if you can copyright, like, physical renderings, especially of fan art of licensed products. And I can never quite remember. But, like, his whole thing was, A, nobody spoke to me, but B, also, and more importantly, my signature is on this, but you paid somebody else for the work. When all they did was literally copy what I made. So, yeah. There are certain things, and now there are art programs like Nightshade that poison AI files or AI scrapers. So they'll come through, they'll scrape your art, but you've already poisoned it with Nightshade. So Nightshade is feeding it some off coding that makes it so that not only does it not come out the way it's supposed to look, but it corrupts itself more and more and more each time the code is used. It stacks. Especially if it's trying to mash it up with other things that have also been treated with Nightshade. And, I mean, we need laws. We need legislation at this point. It just sucks that the people who are supposed to be making legislation not only don't understand abortions, but they also don't understand AI-generated art. So we've got a bunch of people who don't know jack shit about jack shit making laws about shit that they don't know jack shit about. And therefore don't know what actual salient laws to make so that shit would actually be fixed. Yep. Yeah, no. Honestly, like, people who go to Disney at this point, I'm gonna judge you. It's this. It's not this yet, but it's this. Because they clearly and loudly have told us how much they do not care for us. Even though, literally, Disney was made to be for everyone. And it was made to be for, like, all socioeconomic standings. That was the original vision. Was a place for everybody. That's why it was the happiest place on earth. It was a place for everybody to come and enjoy themselves. And for forever, they've made it far too expensive to be a patron of them. And they've also shown us, not only in their programming, but in the characters that they choose to use from all of the bloated list of copyright characters they now have, or at least have access to. They've shown that they will use some of the most heinous characters and go, so fuck them. You don't pay your artists, your fucking cast members are living out of their cars because of how little you pay. You treat people like absolute shit and tell them to smile through it. Like, get fucked. Get railed. You could sell licensing so very easily to people who want to do fan art, and instead you'd much rather cease and desist and then steal their work. So yeah, like, get fucked. Like, Disney can eat my absolute asshole. Yeah, same. I used to live in Anaheim. And I used to do delivery in Anaheim. And I will tell you right now, that shit, that shit, like, just trying to get through, what was it, rush hour? But, like, rush hour for Disney? That shit sucked ass. Because you could be within a mile of the place and be affected by the god-awful traffic of people trying to get in and out. And so, like, especially in the mornings, when everybody was coming in for the day, or the evenings, after everybody was leaving after the fireworks show, yeah, that shit was awful. It was heinous, and it would take you, like, 20 minutes to get half a mile. It was fucking insane. Not to mention, them bastards would try and charge you for even entering their parking lots at times. They're like, oh, well, you came in. I'm a food delivery driver. I got routed here with everybody else. I was trying to ask directions for this particular place. They're like, well, I'm like, you can either let me out or I can go through it. Either way, you know, fucking, you can make that decision. But yeah, no. Fuck corporations. Especially the ones that hog all of the, what is it, all the intellectual properties and then do horrible shit. Like, when we finally have our first representation of Captain America as a black man, what do? They go and tank the goddamn movie by adding a Mossad IOF soldier who was wildly fucking racist in the comic book. The Hulk had to convince Sabra, this D-level hero that nobody fucking asked for. The Hulk had to convince Sabra in the comic books that Arabs and Palestinians were people. And they took that whorebag, and I don't say that with a friendly term at all, they took her and vomited her into the first black-led Captain America. When nobody asked for it, while all of this shit has been going on. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? And then like, oh, well, we changed your background. You kept her name. And her name, do you know where Sabra's name came from? Oh, please tell me somebody knows where Sabra's name came from, because I'll educate you real fucking quick. Oh shit, are you kidding me? $200 in tickets from NYC for congestion tolls? What the shit is that bullshit? That's not right. That's not right. That is not right. Okay, so for people who do not know, Sabra is the name of a city that was hit by the IOF, and the people there were taken off the census. It was a violent, one-sided incident that was perpetrated by the IOF. And they named a hero after that incident in Sabra in the Marvel comic books back in the 80s, 90s. And then they brought her, when nobody asked, into the present era. And just thought we were going to be okay with it. You can't go over 25. Do they post that up? Like, is there a speed limit posted? Like, hey, hey, welcome to 4 o'clock, everybody, 25 miles. Like, how? What the shit? I would challenge that. I would honestly challenge that. Are those cameras calibrated? Is the speed posted? Because if that speed limit isn't posted, then how are you supposed to know what is the speed limit? Because your average speed limit is somewhere between 35 and 45 miles an hour on a city street non-residential. If you're like residential, then your speed limit tends to be 25. But again, those are almost always posted, especially if it's below a certain level. Like, what? That is some bullshit. That is just Nope. I can feel the Southern starting to come out. I can feel the fucking Southern starting to come out. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I would be hot. I would be hot. I would be livid. Fuck that noise. Mm-mm. That is just... no. No. Okay. Let's get some new coffee going on. Woo! And let me guess, there's no other way to get where you need to go if you don't use that bridge. That's the part that's really pissing me off on a lot of stuff, is that if you want to get from point A to point B, more often than not, you have to take whatever route they give you, because they give you an incredibly limited amount of routes. And unless you're like a Sherpa who happens to know literally the back roads, there is no way to get around having to pay those tolls. No, funny enough, I am not Southern. I am still trying to figure out where exactly I picked up my Southern accent from. And other than a couple of very cute boys way back in my childhood, I don't know where I got the Southern accent from. I just know the more heated I get... Oh, did I pick that up from my father? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I think I just unlocked a daddy issue. No! No! That part. Because my father, who was an absolute shitbag, he was raised Southern, and then like Southern near the border of Mexico and Cali. And his family was heavily Southern. Because a lot of my colloquialisms, or my ability to create catchphrases or things like, you know, what was it? Happier than a one-legged possum in a watermelon patch. Like, that kind of shit. I'm like, he used to do that all the time. But yeah, the more pissed off he got, the more apparent some of that shit was. Well, fuck me. Let's see, that's my curry. Where did I put that? There it is. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Right, yeah, like that's the whole thing. It's like they literally only give you like one route to go and then expect you to pay that toll. You're like, I don't have a choice. If I literally want to be able to get from point A to point B, you know, and get to work, I gotta go over this thing. But again, we're not getting paid enough to really, be able to do that on a regular basis. I swear to God, they make living so fucking expensive that you can't go anywhere, and then they want to bitch. You can't buy all their luxuries and their, you know, food. You're like, well, you know, maybe if you paid me, like actually paid me, so that I could afford to live, that would be nice. But yeah. So. These are the Honey Marus. If you like Daiso Japan, they've got a ton of really freaking cute ass stuffies. Like boba cats and coffee teddy bears and all these other kind of things. And so I grabbed one. So if you happen to see that in the background, yes, don't worry, that's just a lovely little what do you call it? Mascots, yeah. How much is my current rent? My current rent is $1,700. Pardon as I'm putting on coffee. There we go. So yes, my current rent is $1,700. Hence the reason I'm always open to making content, doing commissions, all that kind of good stuff, because rent in California is off its goddamn mind. Yeah, for California, that's not bad. But it's still a lot of money. Overall, on a monthly basis, even before, no, before, maybe after, no. Usually with a bit of groceries calculated into, my bills are about $2,500 to $2,800 monthly. Yeah, it's much like New York. Honestly, though, I think we have a little bit more. Our prices, I think, are a little bit better than New York. New York will charge you like $4 grand for a postage stamp. I'm in Long Beach. I'm in Long Beach, and I got very, very fortunate in finding a place that was $1,700. But you know, like that's still so much fucking money with everything else, and it's a small 1-bedroom. And when I say small, I mean, you're looking at my kitchen. There's my living room. Yeah. Can a single person live on 120? Oh yeah. You can live decently comfortably on 125K in California. Unfortunately, most people in California are not making that. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like mortgages are so much lower than rent. Good God, 3 grand. Like 3 grand makes my stomach tie itself in knots. Oh yeah, no, and they make it insanely hard to get a mortgage. Past that, do y'all know when credit scores were invented? Because I'm going to piss you off with that information. But yeah, do y'all know when credit scores were invented? Sorry, I'm making sure y'all aren't overheating. I believe, let me just see if I can speak for Boston correctly. I believe Boston has a partner and Boston is monogamous, and it's perfectly okay that they are not up here. I would never, ever want to put somebody in a situation where they would be uncomfortable. So, now, if I do happen to find a new person to do a flirt-a-thon with, or even just gab and talk with, that would also be quite fine. I'm just slightly a more introverted person at points, so, yeah. Yeah, that's the part. It's the saving money that is the most difficult part, because none of us, almost none of us, are paid enough that we can actually save. And oh my God, it's blinding. So yeah. Credit scores were created in 1989, and they were a way to, stop mostly people of color and also poor palm-colored people from being able to buy property. Because we had the civil rights movement, because there was so much more worker solidarity at points, they had to come up with a new way to basically justify things like redlining or not allowing certain people into the area. And they did that through credit scores. So credit scores 1989 were not only a racist tactic, they were also very much an elitist socioeconomic tactic. So yeah. Right? There apparently in, oh my God, it's Maine? I want to say it was Maine. Sometimes stuff will come across my feed that is all about, what do you call it? It's all about, real estate and whatnot. Somebody put a village up for sale, $5.5 million, that had no fewer than a dozen homes on it, plus places for like storefronts. And it literally looks like a not colonial, but it looked like a fucking village. It looked like an actual fucking village. And like there's space in between everything. There's like 40 acres, which some of us are still, you know, owed. But yeah, like 5.5 million, 40 acres, like a dozen homes. And it looks amazing. And if somebody were to buy that property for like just a bunch of friends, you could literally have your own little village of friends. And I think the overall cost to put a family in each one of these beautifully, like when I say large, I mean most of these homes look like they've got to be at least 3 to 4 bedroom and matching bath. So in order to put that all together, I think it was something like under 300 grand for each person. So 30K to 50K down payment per house, and the property is yours. I'm like, fuck yeah, that sounds like a perfect thing that a bunch of friends could do like together and have a place that they could have a community. Yeah, like overall that's really not bad. I want to say it was in Maine. I have no idea who the fuck Derek is. Right? Right? I don't think the older generation understands how difficult it is to get a house, especially for this younger generation. And it's not even just lack of money. Like quite often it's also like these real estates and these real estate agents are like looking at your credit score and then deciding whether or not they like you enough. Right? Yeah, no, Maine can be very expensive. But for a $5.5 million village, like that's not bad. That's not bad. Right, God, fucking seriously, win the lot. If I won the lotto, oh yeah, no, we're getting some shit done if we win the lotto. I will be damned if you think I am not doing a big service. Honestly, I kind of want to, if I were to win the lottery, especially one of the bigger ones, I would want to buy a bunch of the buildings in downtown LA, make sure that they are fixed up and habitable, and make low-income housing, and then anybody who bitched about my low-income housing could catch my hands, because fuck you. Oh yeah, no. Make sure you visit any property and like really like get inspectors, especially if you're going to be buying that shit. Get inspectors in there, because realtors, a lot of them motherfuckers are shifty as shit. They are not good people. Sometimes you'll get a good realtor, they'll tell you everything is wrong, everything is right, everything that happened. But there's plenty of them out there goes, oh, I completely forgot to tell you about the, you know, triple, quadruple family annihilation, you know, murder-suicide pact that went down like 2 months before this property went on up for sale. It's like, how do you forget that? How do you forget that? Seriously. But yeah, always have an inspector come through, because you want to make sure that the property you are getting is the property you are getting, without a bunch of fucking extra shit on there. Oh my God, that part. Yeah, no, and Irvine is tech bro central. Like, people think that Irvine is just expensive because, you know, tech bros. No, it's a combination of tech bros and the tech bro effect, where if you are incredibly rich or doing a startup business that is high risk but also brings in a lot of money, realtors start jacking up the requirements for purchase of property there, because they're like, well, A, you might be more risky because you're working in a risky business, but also you probably have the money to back it, and if you have enough money, then you're going to have that much higher credit score. Poor people don't get that kind of credit score. So, like, what they're doing is by design. Oh yeah, no, I get violently upset about food waste. I get violently upset about food waste. Like, every time I see it, I want, like, the only thing that makes me on par amounts of angry on site, it's gonna be hands, is the pet industry. And the way that PetSmart, a lot of these big name chain stuff, they will throw out living animals. And it makes me want to absolutely rage. Absolutely rage. The amount of times people have gone to their dumpsters and found that they threw out batches of betta fish that just weren't selling, and some of them were very much still alive. Betta fish are something that everybody seems to want. They're one of those big ticket fish. But they keep them in those little goddamn cups. Those cups are supposed to be viewing cups. Those cups are not meant for habitation. And the fact that bettas are so GD tough as a fish, it makes me want to rage that they so fucking mistreat those beautiful fish who are just very, very hard to unalive. And so they'll go, but you're not really selling, so wheep. And I'm like, are you kidding? They have found budgies, little parakeets. They have found mice. They have found any number of small animal, just discarded. And it makes me want to rage. It makes me want to really, really rage. Yep. Exactly. No, it is so expensive to be poor. It really is. Oh no, I don't follow Salty Stella. Ooh, maybe I should. Boston, can you please DM me with that name? Because I think that is a person I would like to follow. Oh my God, I think I've been radicalized. Oh no, wait, I already was. I just didn't show it. Because, you know, happy camping. See, where did I put my condensed milk? There we go. Yep. Birds, small rodents. Because the longer they keep them, the more expensive they become to keep. And their entire business is about turnover. Yep. So, yeah, that, again, another issue that I have. So, like, if it's not food waste, clothing stores. And I don't blame the workers, because the workers have to follow instructions or else they get fired and or sometimes even sued. But there are a lot of clothing places out there who just, you know, have stock that didn't sell, clearance or whatever. They could donate all of that shit to homeless shelters, to charities, to, you know, places where people need clothing, desperately need clothing. And instead of doing that, they will have their employees go through and ruin everything. We are talking taking X-Acto blades to perfectly good pairs of shoes, pants, shirts, things that could be used so people could actually interview for jobs. What? And get them off the street? And get them back into housing? And then actually have them work a job so that they could be a part of the economy again? And then possibly even buy your shitty fucking clothing? No fucking way! Fuckers! Sorry. Right? Like, even if they were just to liquidate. And liquidation means you are selling something pretty much at the cost that you purchased it to begin with from the factory that made it. The fact that they don't liquidate, which is basically 90% discount, the fact that they don't liquidate, the fact that they would much rather just destroy, it makes me want to unhinge my jaw and scream. Up we go. Working on a little bit of food right now. I know that I've had some coffee. Watermelon. You know, breakfast is not my strong suit, especially when it's almost 5 o'clock. Just saying. I'm terrible at consistently eating. I know this. Come on, stoichiometry. There you go. Oh. Yeah. It's a little bit of the function of my ADHD in that I get, if I can get a small amount of sugar and protein into my system, it'll just go, okay, close enough, that's food-ish, sorta. And then I just kind of graze ever so gently. But I know. Oh! As I shall. If people feel like directly supporting, donating, all that other kind of good stuff, follow the links in bio. There's a lot of ways to do that. I use Coffee instead of Patreon. For some of my other stuff, I would say check the throne room. Just saying. Right? Because, I mean, I put a lot of milk into my coffee, and then I also put, usually either a decent amount of honey or something to that effect. Right? I'm like, I don't know what to say other than mirror. Oh, come on, flip over, you little bastard. Oh, let's So we're doing a little bit of shaved pork that I marinated and some rice cake. So we're, you know, just, it's something light, it's something to snack on, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I try to use as much as the food that I get as humanly possible. Oh my god, that tastes 1000% fucking better. Oh, it's as bitter as my soul. I'm okay with this. Because apparently my soul is an iced latte. Hey Charlie. Hello England. How do you do? How, by the way, and I'm so not being facetious, how is England doing? I know that there's been a lot going on with y'all, so checking in as your American cousin. Ooh, that's hot. So my lower dentures actually no longer fit. I need to get dentach at some point. Right now, just finances have been sucking ass, but I need to get dentach at some point so that I can basically create a fixer, a buffer, or I've got to find a way to like hollow out some of the acrylic that's in there, because the acrylic is now making it sit too high so that it doesn't actually sink down and find purchase on my gum lines, because they've been healing correctly. So notice how those are a lot thinner. When I first got my teeth removed, they were very swollen. There was a lot of very, very hard bone that was very uncomfortable, and just, it was protruding, it was pressing, and it sucked like ass. But yeah, now everything is like starting to remodel, smooth itself down. So yeah, my lowers no longer fit, and I just found out that somehow both my medical and my dental lapsed. There was something that they needed from me that I never got a packet for, possibly because they just stuff everything in, fuck it, whatever. So I've got to go back, and now I've got to get all of that re-upped and see if I can get that shit figured out in short order. Right now I'm trying not to fall apart, you know. Great over here. We're hanging in as best we can, but we have our issues. You know how it goes. Our government is actual just chaotic shit right now. The American healthcare system is not good. It is not good. Yeah. Honestly, I think that seems to be an ongoing problem literally around the world, and a lot of people are coming to that realization that the people, the working class, is not the problem, but our ruling class, who is treating us as if we are serfs, as if we are peasants, as if we are the untouchable caste. Yeah, a lot of people around the world are getting sick of that treatment. And it's just a shame that it took so long, especially in countries that are predominantly palm-colored. And the only reason they're really now having reaction is because, especially poor palm-colored people, but palm-colored people as a whole, are being affected now by a lot of those policies that only affected minority groups, brown groups, black groups, Asian groups before. now they're also getting hit. So they're like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, motherfucker. We weren't telling you this just to be, you know, sensationalist. We were trying to inform you that your existence is gonna suck for a reason. Hi! And it's like, look here, motherfucker. I pre-boiled. I gave them a little boil with just a very minor amount of water. But honestly, you don't even need to pre-boil these. You can actually just throw them into a nice hot pan. The heat will make them nice and chewy. If you add just a little bit of water, it makes them a little bit softer. And I knew I was going to cook them twice, so I wanted them to be a little bit softer. Pardon as I pour some of my coffee. There we go. Now, there are certain rice cakes that are specifically made for soup. So always make sure you're double checking when you're buying rice cakes, because some of them are made for soup. Those ones hold up in moist or wet environments much more than the ones that are just meant to be like thrown on the grill. I fucking love the ones that are. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, the ones that you can just throw on the grill, I adore those. Let me see if I have some. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I have some of these. I'm going to take a couple of those out. But yeah, I have some of these. These I get fresh from like H Mart. And there's something like 5 or 6 servings per tray of like, you know, 3 rice cakes each. Those you just take, you put them like on the grill, get them nice and hot. They're so good. They're chewy and stretchy, and they take sauces really, really well. Oh yes, also if people need tarot cards read, please by all means feel free to do that. Oh, pronouns today. She, her. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards the she, her. I had to run that through my head. She, her. I'm definitely feeling that way more today. Thank you very much for asking. I hadn't even... there are days you just don't even, like, question your gender. You're just like, yeah, I exist. Oh, no, I should... Well, actually, funny enough, now that you ask. Hey! Let me see if I can put on... background, green screen. You know what? We're gonna skip the green screen today. We're gonna skip the green screen. There we go. There, we can do my happy smiling face. Yep, that works. That works. That's what my teeth usually look like when I got the fangs in. And I like it that way. But yeah, for me, when I do have my teeth in, I like to have my fangs in, because those just they fit nicer, and I like them overall. Yeah, no, it was, I was like, oh yeah, it's fine. Oh, that's right, I did some content making last night. Nothing that was like bad, but I'm just like, no, we're not gonna risk that. We're not gonna risk that. Not that one. I love the crunchy crust. Gently crunchy crust, and then like perfectly like chewy center. I did a little sesame oil, a touch of gochujang, and some green onion. I know the chewing looks a little odd. It's because I have to overclock the jaw. So, for people who have never had no teeth, I didn't even think it. So, for people who don't have teeth, I will put my jaw at a rested, a regular interval. Your mouth normally rests slightly apart. Your jaw is located with roughly a little over a finger's worth of space in between, because your teeth are supposed to be there so that they can grind and chew and do all those kind of things. When they take those out, you still have that block. So now, in order to chew things, you actually have to basically over bite down, which of course creates that kind of apple dull smile. But yeah, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right. It does look odd to other people. I have gotten very used to it at this point. Sorry, I love gochujang. Gochujang was one of the best things that I ever found to add into my repertoire of, like, food stuff to have on hand. Good stuff. So basically it's a chili paste that has all the spices, all the good stuff, you know, in it, ready to go. And then it's a thick paste. It is a thick paste. So you only need a little bit of it for the most part in order to flavor things like soups or marinades or that kind of thing. Pairs very well with kimchi as well. Mwah. Yeah, a little bit of pork fat from the shaved pork that I was doing. Gives it a nice little crust on the outside. Hey! Right. Yeah, it's the overclock that you have to get used to, and at first I'm like, damn, I'm gonna need teeth in. I'm like, nah, the fuck I don't. I'm too lazy for that shit sometimes. Nice. How are those? That part. It is such a wild difference of how you chew with no teeth in versus dentures in. And how you chew with dentures in is different than how you would chew with your regular standard stock issue teeth. And you're like, the fuck is going on here? Because usually teeth are like a one-to-one report. If you bring your teeth down, you know exactly where everything is going. With dentures, you're like, okay, we got to move this whole unit side to side-ish? Like trying to figure out where everything is supposed to go is like, it's like doing calculus at times. And you're like, motherfucker, I am just trying to chew this pizza. Like, what the fuck? And heaven forbid you put your teeth in or take them out halfway through a meal. You look like a toddler. I have to laugh, but you're honestly like, damn, I could have sworn I knew how to chew. It is so wildly different every time. Thank you. I don't know why. But the fucking rice cakes are so good today. So fucking good today. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my god. Have you ever had, like, allergies in summer where your nose is just clogged and you're like, it is too hot for this shit? Gochujang. Every fucking time. That'll clean your sinuses right the fuck out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing more of this marinade. Oh shit, yeah. Shaved pork that I marinated and then I rolled up and toothpicked. Because shaved pork becomes incredibly dry if it's cooked for like any major amount of time. I'm like, I feel like juicy pork today. So my secret is you do your marinade and then you take the shaved, roll it up, and then fold it in half to create like a sizable piece, and then put it onto toothpick with like a couple other slices, and it basically creates basically that. And so when you cook it, you know, you still want to make sure you cook it long enough that you get like a nice char on the outside. But yeah, like you get like beautiful juicy pork inside, and that makes me happy. Of all the proteins, my body seems to like pork the most. Chicken is okay, beef is okay, but like when it comes down to it, I crave pork most often than not. Mm-hmm. Mm. The rice cakes are so good. Rice cakes you can gum. Like a good rice cake, you can gum them. Like, no problem, 100%, you can gum them. And especially if you're having, like, face pain or discomfort, and just learning how to eat all over again after getting your teeth removed, I cannot stress enough that foods that have a little bit of bounce to them, a little bit of chew to them, that are just, like, but soft, like rice cakes, they are life-changing. And they're life-changing in that you can put sauces on them and those sauces taste really good. But also, they are soft enough that they don't displace your dentures too often. And they are also soft enough that if you have no dentures in, they're still very comfortable. You just have to wait a little bit longer for them to cool down a touch. But yeah, like, rice cakes, when you have dentures, heck yeah. Heck yeah. I would 1000% recommend getting rice cakes, because you need your carbs from somewhere, and overall they are a better, they're better, what's the word I'm looking for? They're slightly less likely to leave you with a mouthful of, it tastes like fermenting beer in here. Because yes, thrush and yeast is more likely to grow in your mouth as a denture wearer, mostly because you've got a warm, moist area where there is trapped particulate. And your mouth already contains a natural yeast in it. So when you give that yeast the paste, the denture paste, which is basically just carbs, they sit there, they eat the carbs, and then they, of course, are spread in your mouth. And so after a while, you start like developing thrush, aka yeast infection, in the mouth. Now, I drink a lot of coffee with milk, hence the reason my tongue tends to look like that. When you get like a thick white coating or a thick matte, that's a fucking thrush infection. That go to your doctor or your dentist. There's going to be a particular medication that they need to put you on to knock that down. So, Yeah, don't try to monostat it yourself. Okay, that's two different things. Two different things. Don't do it. Don't do it. But yes. Damn, what did I put in this sauce? Shit, that is good. Wash your sister. Salt. Garlic. Garlic and onion powder. Sugar. Yeah, I think I did a pretty, Huh? Yeah. 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 I heard about that one. I heard about that one. Look, there are a lot of things I will put in my mouth and happily swallow. That ain't one of them. That ain't one of them. In fact, if I found out anybody I knew gave me that, the hands that they would face on fucking sight. Because there is a huge difference between yeast that has been cultivated over years to specifically go into bread and the yeast that she cultivated and then undercooked her fucking buns. How the fuck you gonna undercook your cinnamon rolls, leaving that much raw dough and active sour cream taco? Like how? How you gonna do that, motherfucker? Not to mention, it's not just the yeast that is the problem at that point. There's the fact that there are specific flora and fauna that live there, that she then gave an active, what do you call it? A well-fed environment for it to grow in. So it wasn't just the yeast that was the problem, it was the beast that she unleashed with it. Yep. She made it from her own personal yeast. But then she also deeply undercooked it. I saw those things. I'm like, A, how do you not cook them enough? B, how do you as a family member, a husband, look at that and go, yeah, that's baked enough that I want to put it in my fucking face hole? Like, no, what? And then to find out she fed it also to her children. I would have been signing divorce papers and shoving it up on her backside. Just, no, just violence. Sorry, just pure violence. Just no. Hello, how do you do? That part, like, do I call corporate? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That part. I would rather eat them slightly burnt and at least fully cooked. But like, she's like, oh my god, aren't these so lovely? I made them with homegrown yeast. And I'm like, bitch, if you were on the Great British Bake Off, Paul Hollywood would look at you and go, it's underworked. Need to bake it another 15 to 20 minutes. Or another hour. Fuck. Like, bleh. Right. Like, I wouldn't, like, it's gotta be an OSHA violation of some variety. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, it was uncalled for. It was uncalled for. But yeah, no, the fact that, like, okay, look. the original sources of yeast, weren't always human-born. There's plenty of wild yeast that exists in nature, usually on grains. It's part of the thing that causes fermentation, which is fine. But like even the people who made sourdough in the 1800s, who kept the starter in their bedroll and parts of their personal collection of flora and fauna got in with that. Even then, none of them were going, let me dunk this directly in my goods, and that's how we're going to start this. It was much more, oh, okay, you know, we got a little bit of cross-contamination from here, there, or whatever. Okay, fine. But over time, that shit has been sterilized, and nobody's, like, keeping, like, reintroducing human flora and fauna. So, yeah, like, there's a whole different thing to that. But yeah. Oh, you're in Texas. Oh, my goodness, Texas. Texas, are you okay? I know y'all are going through, like, blackouts and power lines are finally getting back up and everything, but it's all still rough. Oh yes, I'm absolutely still reading cards. Just let me know. It's $5 per card. Just hit up the Blinks and Lio and come back. Let me know how many you got. Nah, you don't need to touch hands. Certain people need to touch hands. Certain people, it's much more touch activated. For me, I just literally just need to concentrate on your names. It gives me enough insight, and I'm an intuitive, not a clairvoyant, so please don't ask me about the future. I don't know. I can only go by what bits I am given, and most of the time it doesn't make sense to me, because I'm describing a movie in my head to what people are asking, or what the cards are trying to tell me, I should say. But yeah. What do I know about being touch activated? Quite a few things, my darling. Quite a few things. Oh, okay, so if you go up to the links in Lio, any one of those first 4 links, I believe I have my Ven, my Cash App, Coffee, or Throne. Any one of those is good, and especially since I need to pay... What are the bills that I have left? I have my car insurance left to pay. What's the other one? Oh, and my power bill to pay. So, yeah. That's what we're aiming to do. How do people not get that that's a joke, though? It's a joke. It's a joke. Right. So yeah, I'm probably going to restart the movie. I just need a little bit of background. But yeah, one of my favorite movies is what I tend to have in the background. It is a zombie action comedy musical called Anna and the Apocalypse. And I absolutely adore this movie. It's basically like if High School Musical met zombies, met Shaun of the Dead. It's funny, it's rather heartfelt. I'm very surprised at how much I love this movie, because when I originally saw this, I'm like, this is going to be hilarious amounts of trash. I think I saw it on like Shudder or Crackle, one of the horror streamers. I'm just like, oh, you know, it's Christmas time. Let's see what they got. Oh, this looks like it's going to be trash. Let's go. Because I love a good trashy movie. And instead, I was blown away with, oh, thank you so much. I'll be right on that. I was blown away about like how well it was done, and like the music was well done. The choreography was actually spot on. It was humorous and heartfelt. Like there was actual character development in there. I'm like, well, shit. And it didn't feel patronizing, which was fan-frickin-tastic. Like nobody ever went, oh, well, you can't do this because you're a... No, it was just, we gotta survive this shit, let's do this. And I'm like, oh. And so, like, they have not only a lesbian individual who I thought was non-binary for the first parts of the movie, but still. They've got queer characters in there. They've got you know, characters that actually do have a little bit of color to them. It's England, but they at least made some efforts, and I appreciated seeing that they made some efforts. So yes, perfect. Okay, give me just a second. We will do this, but I've drank quite a bit of coffee, so I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in about 5 or less. Hello, darlings. Oh, no, sometimes I pause. Let me turn off the enhancement, actually. Let's turn that off. That way it's just easier to see. Hello! Oh, let me restart that, so... Yes, if you are a subscriber, which it's only $2.99 to be one of my subscribers, you do get a free card pull once a month, so if you go up and hit that, by all means. Also, if you're not able to pay in any other way, you can gift roughly $6-ish, $7-ish via Gifties, and I will do the card pulls that way for you. So yeah, it's a little bit more expensive, but only because TikTok takes an inordinately deep cut. Thank you, darling. Sorry, your name reminds me of a viral song from Chinchilla, Run Little Girl. And if you've ever seen that music video, I fucking love it. Oh, interesting. Empress in reverse to the Ace of Wands. Interesting that they also seem to have almost an inverted color scheme, and that was the first thing that I noticed. But the Empress in reverse feels like loss. Something that was created. Lots of hard work, lots of dedication went into it. And then... I don't know why, but I get almost like a deep sense of grief. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if this is like a loss or just like just an overall loss. Like, but yeah, like there's a deep sense of grief that is attached to this particular Empress in reverse. Like so much time, so much effort, so much put in. And like there was a deep amount of pride, a deep amount of love and care and detail put into everything. And then it just disappeared, just dissipated. Just all of it was for naught. And it just, it's a blow to the ego. It's definitely a blow to Ego and pride. Very much pride. Very much blow to the pride. Very much. You're like, I put so much work. Just, and you're like, I'm gonna be over here crying. Just, and it's a deserved cry, because literally this was a giant part of your soul, your sense of self. Like, you put everything into this because it was supposed to be a big project that really, like, oh shit. Yep, no. Your upset is very valid. Your upset is so fucking valid. Cause yeah, it's like I couldn't quite explain it. It felt like a, it felt like a that kind of loss, but I'm like, it's lost, but it's not that. I couldn't explain it other than, like, when you work so hard on something, it feels like it's your child. It feels like it's something that you've really put all the birthing pains into, even if it's not a physical human being tearing its way out of your happy place. But yeah, it's valid for you to mourn. It is valid for you to have grief, because you put so much fucking work into that. To have it upend itself, to have it become for naught, that's just But you need to grieve now, because you have the Ace of Wands, and the Ace of Wands is kind of like, it's not so much starting over, it's starting something new. It's kind of like reinvesting, but instead of like reinvesting money per se, you're reinvesting in a place that is stable, reinvesting in more good, solid work. And it honestly feels like, I'm trying to phrase it carefully, because I don't want to say, oh yeah, you should bring over all the leftover work, anything that you can bring from that first project. But yeah, like, take what you have learned from the last project, both its failures and its successes. Parlay that into something new, something that you can pour yourself into. But don't recreate it as like a one-for-one. Just learn what went really right and what really did not serve the project, or, what you were doing. So, yeah, no, definitely give yourself that time and that space to, like, grieve and mourn and process those feelings, so that you're not stuck with the old sitting in your head going, oh, maybe I could just recreate this little. You don't throw good after bad. You don't try and mend the pieces for everything, especially when it's just not working. But yeah, like, look at your successes and look at where it didn't succeed as well, and take those lessons going forward, because you've got something brand new to create. So yeah, it's going to be a climb, but give yourself some fucking grace, because yeah, you put a lot of effort into that upside down Empress moment. So yeah, it's valid. It is absolutely valid for you to be a little shooketh. I hope that helps. Hello, darling. How are you doing? We're doing some live reads. Oh, pronouns. She, her. Thank you so much for asking, darling. Don't. Somebody asked a little bit earlier. I actually had to think about that for a second. I'm like, what am I feeling? Feeling she, her. Thank you. Sorry, that's my newest. I don't oft get squishies. I don't oft get plushes of any variety, but I saw those at Daiso and I damn near squealed because they were so fucking cute. Honestly, I don't have the money for it until I do. I really want to get their boba bear. It is so stinking cute. It's like $15, but it is so stinking cute. And I just, oh my god, I want it. I go in, like, again, I don't usually go for squishes, but like, there's something about anthropomorphic drinks that I find so fucking cute. It is just the most, oh my god, this is so cute kind of moment for me. But yeah. Right. They had that, and they had axolotls. They had axolotl drinks. And I'm like, oh my god, it's a pink drink with an axolotl on it. Yeah. I'm like, I'm getting the watermelon. I'm getting the watermelon. Because the watermelon, just honestly, it was so fucking adorable. And we need to know that, you know, I like to be able to remind people that Watermelon Place still needs a lot of help. They are still going through a lot of crisis, as there are places like the DRC, Sudan, the Uyghurs in China, the Native Americans here in the North Americas, not just the US, Canada too, as well as many of the indigenous people of South America as well. So like, yep, there's a lot of places that are needing our solidarity, to say the least. Oh, I am drinking an iced coffee. I used the Viet Coffee brand. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Cafe Mocha. Nice, beautiful, super fine grind, pungent in its flavor in the best ways possible. It's very, very strong. And then I use a percolator, Cuban percolator, to make it extra strong. And put usually a bit of condensed milk in here, a little bit of ice, a little bit of whole milk if I need. Yes, darling. Both those were the two cards. So your first card is the Empress in reverse. Second card was the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is the recreation that focuses on self rather than, like, say, the monetary or opportunities or who's my last suit? Quick, deck, what is your last suit? Swords. Oh, swords. Oh, God, yeah. Swords are... Weirdly enough, they're a wind sign, but they tend to be so violent in nature. The cutting ways up. Ooh, pickle pops. Wait, describe pickle pops? Because I'm just... my brain is thinking dill pickle on a popsicle stick. But I'm guessing pickle pops is probably more like the juice. I am so sorry. Pardon me. Goodness. Pardon me. Ba, ba, ba. Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sweet pickles are one of those few things that I don't think should exist as a food source. Look, I was betrayed by pickles as a child, and I have never recovered mentally from that. To me, sweet pickles don't exist. Relish exists, not sweet pickles. Sweet pickles are just an aberration of nature. I promise it'll definitely be back. I'll be... Oh, if you haven't already... I went ahead and listed times for our next go-arounds. So yeah, that's now on the calendar. I have at least a couple days there, and I will be putting up more. I just got to get like a physical calendar in front of me so I can do that in a more salient way. Sorry, one of my favorite songs, but yeah. Yeah, sweet pickles are not good. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, we're up to 301 team members. Hello, how do you do? Ooh, I am with you. I am with you. Bread and butter pickles. Who the shit came? It's, oh my god, it's like somebody decided, we're sort of not gonna make a dill, and we're sort of not gonna make a sweet. We're just gonna sort of make this middle ground that nobody asked for. Now I do mean nobody. Nobody asked for. Nobody. In fact, people are like, what is wrong with you? Who hurt you? Like, did your mother not love you as a child? Like, what the shit? Those things are... Nope. 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 Texas. Sweet Texas. Can we have a talk? Not everything has to have barbecue sauce on it. And that barbecue sauce will not make up for the fact of your crumbling infrastructure and your jackass governors and government who is absolutely failing you. Okay, barbecue sauce can cover a myriad of sins on meat. It should not be your whole personality. Fair. Fair. And while I despise the politicians in Texas, and Texas does get a bit of a rap for a reason, I will also acknowledge that the people in Texas, especially near the borderline, are some damn fine people who play very well with their neighbors across the river. And like, they know what community means. Like, it's I wish we saw more from those communities instead of always getting so much focus on the terrible places, because honestly, the terrible places need a fucking role model. Right. Don't worry. I live in California. I will absolutely both acknowledge the things that California does really well, and also the funny things that are, I'm just like, you know, when they do, yeah, that's us. I can't deny it. We do that shit. Right? It's like, we might be falling, but at least we're falling with breakfast tacos. Fair. That's fucking fair. Yo, hey, South Texas. Right. It's kind of like in California. I will tell you right now, if you accidentally walk into like a rich suburb of California, you will meet some of the most Karenest Karens that ever have Karened in their entire Karening career. Like, we get the Uber Karens, okay? We get the mega Karens. You get the Karens that have the cut, who don't have the money to back up their lip and then end up catching hands. We, on the other hand, get the super mega Karens who not only have the cut, but the oversized Humvee and all of the audacity. They need that Humvee in order to fit their audacity into one space. Fucking hate them. Okay, they are awful. They are god awful. And I will admit it, because most of them, well, yeah, I am a liberal. I'm a liberal. Oh, I can't be so horrible. I'm a liberal. If you shake your jowls any harder, I'm gonna think that they let a hound dog out. Cause holy shit, woman, you think you're a liberal, and you are, but that is not a flex that you think it is. You are failing on a socioeconomic status for everybody around you, and you're making the world worse. For the love of shit, hire somebody to clean out the goddamn underbrush from your overgrown, overpriced hillside mansion before you have yet another fire where you are, and then slide the fuck off that hill, because guess what? With no ground coverage, you have nothing holding your soil together, and then your house eats shit all the way down the hill, which I applaud. You mean these? Yeah. I love them. They're like tiny eagle claws. No. I think I was wearing a slightly different black and red yesterday. Of course, I also had several clothing changes yesterday because I was trying to get some content work done. Soybean! You aren't even wrong. You're not even close to wrong. My God, if you were wrong, at least I could be like, oh! But I'm like, oh shit, that's a clock and a half right there. Okay, that's a Big Ben of clocks. Like, you're not wrong. You are so not wrong. You are so not wrong. It's wild down here. It is, like, nail culture is for the most part a lower to mid class kind of thing. Lower to mid class thing, just that it's part of the culture from the lower class to the middle class. Like, it's nail culture is a thing here. But like, people who get like the acrylic toenails and that kind of shit, those are people with money, and we all look at them like they have lost their fucking mind. Like, we're not saying that you can't get polish on your toes, but when you are getting gel done for your toes and you grown them bad boys out till they are harpy talons, like, girl. I mean, same. I want to get raptor talons on my feet, but as a funny haha, not as a, ooh, I can wear strappy open toes. Girl, your toes look like they are perched on the edge of a goddamn Notre Dame, gripping them overpriced shoes for all they are worth. You are a size 9 and those are a size 5, and you're perched on them like a bird of prey with very brightly colored nails. Like, what the shit? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, Jesus! Fuck! Apparently Big Ben is striking noon. You're not wrong. 99.9 times out of 100. Either red or French tip. 1,000% correct. 1,000% correct. And almost, you know what? Almost always, honestly, almost always French tip. At least if they're red, I'm like, maybe that's a swerker. Maybe that's somebody who knows somebody who has a bit of a kink for that. Fine. I am not going to thrash that fun. But it is almost always the ones with the French tips that think it looks elegant. I'm like, you look like you look like a hawk with a fish in their talons with them French tips. That's not elegant. That's just a fancy bird with some ugly fish in its talons. Like, that is not refinement. Okay, that is not refinement. Kate +8, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah. Not a single lie has been told. Not a single lie has been told. You are 1,000% correct. And I have to laugh at that because, yeah. You're 1,000% spot on. And I can almost guarantee that they're going to wear 2 to 3 very chunky rings because they are so deeply insecure about what their financial standing actually is. So they're going to, you know, wear every last anniversary present that their husband gave them, usually as a guilt trip for cheating on them with a mistress. Oh my god. Yes, that was horrible too. Extensions on a pixie cut? Like, girl, no. No. Just no. Oh yeah, it's a little squishy, a little plush, a little mascot. Oh, so this is condensed milk and a very nice strong Viet-styled coffee that I did in my percolator. So just the right amount of sweet without being overly much, and then of course I keep icing it because I overheat like a bitch in Nothing Flat. Girl, they either smacking their gums or holding their little chihuahua, Frenchie. Okay, if it's walking, it's a Frenchie. If it's on its own little harness, it's a chihuahua or a Pomeranian. All of them deeply inbred, all of them pissing from the eyes with some sort of skin disorder, yeast infection going on because they all smell like... Like, do people not know that you need to bathe your dogs on a decently regular basis, especially when they are a lap dog or a dog that is going to be close to the floor because they're constantly getting whatever's on the ground into their fur, and then it gets matted, and when it gets matted, it retains more oil, and when it retains more oil, it breeds yeast, and that yeast then infects the skin, and they sit there and they scratch at themselves, and then it's like a $500, you know, specially visit to a dentist, or, I'm not a dentist, a vet for, you know, your fucking dog's goddamn skin condition, and then you have to carry them around in a purse. Like, who the fuck carries their dog in a purse? If your dog can't fucking just don't get a dog at that point. Sorry, I prefer large dogs. Absolutely, I am. I am doing live card readings. You feel free. $5 per card. If you are a subscriber, you get a free 1 card pull per month. So do feel free, if you're in here and you're a subscriber, to get that. But yeah, just let me know if you need like a 1 card, 2 card, 10 card, which is that's the full Celtic Cross. If you really want to know some shit about yourselves, get a Celtic Cross. That'll open your eyes, especially with a Shadowscape deck. It will read for filth. I should probably do a little Canva, that way I can have like a little background that lets people know. Oh my goodness, pardon. I am so sorry. Goodness. Tell me I'm wrong, though. That's the whole thing. I'm not even wrong. They're, oh my god, they're awful. Don't worry, he doesn't bite hard. I'll tell you, the only times I have bled, they've been lap dogs. I got bitten by a fucking Chiweenie mix. Chihuahua wiener dog mix. Damn thing had a quick-ass temper. They named their dog Charlie. Guess which Charlie they named their dog after. If you're naming your dog after that kind of a person, I can only assume you are a raging dick. And their dog definitely met that challenge. If I'm gonna have a dog, I'd much rather a large dog. A very large dog. I kind of like my dogs like I like my guys. Large and kind of goofy. No, I am specifically talking about the purebred Chihuahuas that we get here in California. They're a very particular breed. Like, Chihuahuas overall are not my fave as a breed, but like, at least when they're non-purebred, they got some personality. There's something to them. The ones that we get here in California especially, they're the purebred, teacup, micro poodle type. Like, you're like, none of those were actual words. What the shit? Yep. Yep. Yeah. 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 I love that. You know, because like honestly, Chihuahuas are not horrible dogs, but the ones that are overly babied and never taught any sort of obedience training, which are usually rich people's dogs. But yeah, like when your dog has zero amount of training and just pees anytime somebody sneezes near, like damn dude, get a dog that is not easily blown away in a stiff breathe. Like goddamn, seriously. No, yeah. This particular couple named their they named their dog after the serial Unaliver. Cause he's crazy. I'm like, I'm gonna stop being your friend. I'm gonna stop being your friend. I'm gonna go over this way. Like, I have no idea who Jeremy is. I'm not a psychic. And I am not a person who has clairvoyance into the future. I do read tarot cards, but yeah, no. Give me half a second. Oh. Why is my neck crunchy? I'm sorry, on a lark. Just, I'm like, okay, whoever needs to hear this, if you're going, is this person for me? 2 of Swords, 3 of Wands. The short answer, don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't. They're not. They're really not. Not only... Oh no. Oh no. Not only have they tricked you into thinking that you need them in order to have the happiness, and now you're realizing you have to make the decision to either be sad for a little bit and get the fuck away from them, or stay in that toxic nature and just rot. Molly, you in danger, girl. Run. Because it also paired itself with the 3 of Wands. And the 3 of Wands is making a decision whether you stay or whether you go, what route you should take. But both of them in reverse is just smack, 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 smack. Like, If these 2 cards resonate with you, the 2 of Swords in reverse and the 3 of Wands in reverse, yeah, if you're asking that question and you feel like that person has really made you feel like that you need them. They don't. Run. And literally, I mean that for everybody. It's not just for, it wasn't just for Princess, but I was just like, let's ask the question in general. That person, and you know who you're talking about. You know who you're thinking about. That person, are they a good idea? No, they're not. No, they are not. They are not a good idea. Whoever the collective is apparently looking at and batting their eyes at, nope. Don't do it. That's kind of a yes and no question, but I guess we can see. Liberace. Nine of Pentacles. Look at all the fancy things I do. Look at all the fancy things I've done. I am fancy, fancy, fancy. Fancy, 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 fancy. And then it's one of the few cards that has like a musical instrument, and it's specifically a piano, and the first thing I got in my head was Liberace. It's like as queer as a $2 bill. Yes, you exist, but it is something that you don't see often. That's the cards of truth. Ah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Actually, this is kind of a fun game. Hey, Boston. Welcome back. What the world needs to know is your sweet love. It's the only one that there's just. Oh, yes. Yes, Cash App is the one that tends to show up the fastest, but you can also use Venmo or Throne or Coffee as well. What the world needs to know. Oh, sweet love. Yep, yep, yep. Hello, darlings. How are we doing today? These cards are really good at getting to the absolute root of the matter. Like, they are really good at grabbing what needs to be grabbed and giving me a decent overall feel for it. Rough. Oh, I feel that. Yeah, definitely, I'm feeling that rough, but making it as well. Because right now I am trying to get a couple of bills paid and fucking again with the finding the stable sources. I swear if in-person meetups for particular reasons didn't scare the bejesus out of me on a legal level, I might be a full-service worker as well. That's all I gotta say about, like, the amount of rough and just trying to make it out here right now. Ooh, dealing with a stomach bug. Oh, God, no. In this heat? Oh, Lord, no. Ugh. No, thank you. Stomach bugs in summer suck ass, like, on a whole new level. They are so wildly unpleasant. Okay, let me put this mix back over here. That is definitely going to be my... I've got to make marinade a little bit later on because that pork was fantastic. Just bring the hand sanitizer or the wasp spray. You're not wrong. You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong. So I started following more workers, the ones who are, I don't follow just people who are like myself when it comes to that kind of work. I follow all different kinds of people because I want to learn, I want to know. I also want to be able to actively be able to support my community with knowledge and whatnot, so I am learning from them. But yeah, like, it is, to me, it is wild, some of the stuff that just goes on and is, it goes often unchallenged. And I did not realize that overall Swerkers have so very little representation in things like politics or legislation. They don't get hardly any ability to advocate for themselves, and are often talked over not just by legislative or law enforcement. They get talked over by regular people who do not listen to what they say they actually need. And it is wild. And I am now actively unlearning certain things. I had already began unlearning some of my biases over the last decade, but like, it is eye-opening to now be in that world and learning more about it. And it is, wow, just the amount of stuff that I didn't know could fill a fucking book. Soybean! Although this makes way more sense about your sense of humor now, that helped a little something click into place. Right. Some of them really do. And it's like, not only the leaps and bounds that they have to go to make sure that their bookings are safe, no matter what they are, but yeah, like, beyond that, they are routinely victimized by things like Cash App or places to get paid and whatnot. And then, here's the part that drives me kind of up a wall sideways, is then you have card companies like Visa and MasterCard who, if they even suspect you of being that kind of a worker, they will snatch all of your money. They will just take it. And then it's like, oh, well, And it's like, what? And like, they are literally dictating now what kind of work you can have and what kind of income you can have. And it's like, how about you just shut up and process fraud as fraud comes in, if it comes in? Like, goddamn. Oh, thank you. Right, that part. Well, I mean, oft it is people who are taking back their power and who are unafraid of being themselves, or at least, being as big, as bold, as empowered as they are in themselves, because a lot of workers in that particular field are very empowered. They're also oft lumped in with people who are in there for just survival, or in there for, other reasons that are not fun reasons, to say the least. But again, instead of people listening to the worker as to how to actually make that better so that you have less people who are being exploited and taken advantage of or otherwise, like, they aren't listening. But yeah. Oh, perfect. Let me pull cards. Oh. The human boy. Tower in reverse, but for some reason this also had to come out with it, and it's literally sideways. It's not supposed to be right side up, because the Knight of Swords represents you, and you're gonna have to decide how you navigate. So it's neither a positive nor a negative. It is a state of being that you're moving into, and you have choice on that. Currently, you're having a bit of a reverse tower moment. Shit's crumbling. Shit's needing to be taken apart. It needs to be, dismantled a little bit because the current system that you're working with is not working for you. It's... Give me a second. It's far too structured, but I understand when you need the structure. You take the structure, the routine, the rote, because most of your life, most of your work is routine. It has to be routine in order to keep it on track. But that routine really is not serving you. It feels stressful. And you're looking for something that feels more organic. And it's really hard for you to separate those two halves of your life. Because it feels like this is work has to be structured. But like your own life, you find that structure is a little overbearing. You want something that's more organic. And it's really hard to shake and separate those two out. So you're not sure what parts of the tower to destroy, which parts of the tower to get rid of. But you specifically are looking for a better balance to yourself. Because you want to do more for yourself. You want to be more for yourself. You want to be more realized as self. And right now it feels more like you are... how to phrase this? It feels like you're wearing somebody else's jersey. It feels like you're wearing a uniform. You're showing up. You're doing the thing. But you have lost parts of your own identity, and it's becoming cloying. It's becoming cloying, and you just want to be yourself. So, yeah. Oops, sorry. I just noticed something pop up. But, yeah. 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 Yeah, so take stock, look at how you can separate the more organized from the more you, because it doesn't feel like the balance is there. And that's what you desperately need right now. Is you need the balance. You need a better sense of yourself. And the better sense of yourself you at least feel will come with not having your work being your entire raison d'etre. You want your own raison d'etre, but like I think you've been in work mode for a really long time, haven't you? And yes, I am talking to Boston. I know, it feels like you've been in just work mode for a really, really long time, which is almost overshadowed yourself personally. Yeah. Figure out where your work-life balance is supposed to be, because right now the work is taking up so much that you're losing parts of your identity to it. And I don't mean that in like in a horrible way. It's just that, you know, you get into that routine becomes a part of you. When it becomes a part of you, sometimes you go, God, really? Is this me? Is this really me? Because shouldn't I be more cavalier? And that's what the Knight of Swords is. The Knight of Swords is rakish, impulsive, very debonair, and whatnot. Almost romantic in a way. Oh, what's his name? Not Don Quixote, because you're not tilting at windmills. Cyrano de Bergerac. You feel like more like you want to be a little bit more Cyrano. Somebody who indulges, who's a little bit French, who, you know, goes out, enjoys a good meal, a charcuterie board, some wine, some good conversation, and let's see where it goes from there, kind of thing. Like, but it feels like you have not been able to indulge in that for the longest time, to the point where you're like, is it just a pipe dream? Is it just something that I want to do because I see other people do it? Or do I want to do that because that's something I want to do? So yeah, learn the balance between what work needs you to do and what actually makes you happy when you're away from it. I hope that made sense. I really hope that made sense. If anybody else needs cards, feel free. Sorry, I'm sure you can hear zombies being hacked apart in the background. Okay, good. Good. So yeah, if you go up, oh my goodness, I didn't even realize I was over 10K. So yes, if you go up to the Blinks and Layouts, $5 per card, feel free to grab any of the first 4 payment links and then just let me know how many you would like. I do 1 card all the way up to like a 10 card read, and 10 card read is a full Celtic Cross. You're gonna learn something. Probably actually gonna learn a lot of somethings. And then also, if you buy artwork from my coffee store, you may, of course, then ask for the cards to also be read, and it'll coordinate to the monetary value. So if you buy something like $20, you get 4 cards. If you buy something that's like $200, you pretty much get a free Celtic Cross each week for the rest of the month. Or at least for a month, I should say, because we've only got a week left. Oh, yeah. So let's see, what time did I get on at? I got on at about 3 o'clock? Okay, so I have been on for about 3 hours. We can sit around for a bit longer, to say the least. Because it is still very warm. Oh, thank you so much for the gifties. Thank you so much for the likes, the shares, the giftings, the banter. I absolutely enjoy this, like you wouldn't believe. So, thank you. Please, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing a, anything above that. I don't know if it got censored out. Yeah. Hello, darlings. Doing some readings. We got some Shadowscape goodness. Where is my battery pack? So I swear I had it. Let's do a quick change of venue. I do love it when they can follow instructions, even if I don't always recognize that I've actually given an instruction. There we go. Yeah. Let me go turn off this thing over here. I also just realized as well that if you are the type who likes to read fan fiction, Call of Duty and the like, I did put out a new chapter for Call of Duty this week. And then I also just updated one of my other, what do you call it? I just updated the other work that I had going, which is La Rue Sanguin for, if you like Koenig, and like you are into like Koenig heavy goodness, La Rue Sanguin is focused on Koenig. If you like reverse harems with some very dark themes, done correctly, or at least more correctly, then go with Dangerous Liaisons. Dangerous Liaisons is going to have adult beverage, adult substances, lots of adult instances, and some obsessive, dark content. But also you get to have Ghost, John Price, and Koenig in that one. I'm still trying to decide if I want to put Soap in there. Only because I want to do Soap right. I want to do Soap justice. At the same point in time, trying to type and make dialogue like Robert Burns is very difficult, because Soap has a very thick Scottish accent, and yeah, trying to type a Scottish accent is very difficult. Don't mind me. Come on, shall we slide? So, how's everybody doing? What shall we talk about? Everything, nothing, anything in between. Hopefully it'll get cool enough in the evening so I can get up my motivation to do all the things that I'm supposed to do. Because I should record at least a little in a Bathory, and then I would really also like to get some Leica in. I'm taking tomorrow off. If you see me, that'll be by random and probably on Twitch. I am putting together the tutorial for the petticoat. I got all the major sewing done that I needed to for the petticoat. Now it's a matter of, okay, now I get to film the steps of putting everything together so that people can see it. That will be hopefully put together pretty short order. Trying to think of what else. Ooh, let me see. Wait, give me a second. I'm testing something out. Give me half a second. Okay, apparently to use the green screen, I've got to have that live, and I can't do that because I know at least a few of those pictures. Do I know how? No. Funny enough, my hair is not meant for cornrows. My hair very much falls on the side of European when it comes to overall grip. The texture is actually much softer and leans towards very European, and so it doesn't take to the braiding the way I would really hope that it would want to or need to in order to keep a good cornrow. I'm not overly tender-headed, but like cornrows have to be done at such a tension that I would end up pulling my hair out because it's not meant for my hair. Oh, with gel. I mean, fair enough. Oh my goodness, no. Oh, no. I can feel. But now, if I do end up with my hair like needing to be laid flat, I will like literally brush it and then take and twist, and then like I will do like almost like a pseudo braiding, but it's like almost like a loose French braid type situation, and it's mostly so that the what do you call it? It's mostly so that the bobby pins have something to bite on. But yeah, basically I get everything into a wig cap and get it as much of the bulk at the back side of my skull, because I've got a big head. I do. But yeah, I try to get it as flat as possible and then put most of the bulk at the back side of my skull. And if I can, get it flat there and then just bring it forward again so that it's evenly distributed and then do all that. I'm not super fantastic at wigs. I'm just not. I mean, I'm good at so many other things that, you know, the fact that I'm not fantastic at wigs is mostly the fact that I haven't practiced overly much, but also, you know, I guess I'm not going to be great at everything, but I'll be fantastic at sewing. Yeah, nothing wrong with trying. Oh, hey, B. How you doing, darling? Hopefully the world is treating you decent. And we've got cards going on right now, so if anybody needs cards read, by all means. I believe I have just enough room that I can do a... Let me do a pseudo spread just to make sure. And why are you... Oh, because I'm not on those bars. Oh yeah, I've got enough room that I can do a spread. Yeah. I've got more than enough room that I can actually do a spread. Ta-da! Hello, darlings. How do we do? We sit and talk about everything. Welcome to the salon. This is third space. So if you don't know what third space is, well, the first place is home. Second space is work. Third space is a place where you can decompress. Sometimes that is a religious institution. Sometimes that is things like the mall, the movie theater. All those kind of third spaces are places that you are meant to socialize. So yeah, welcome to a digital third space, because we have lost so many of our in-life, real-life third spaces. But yeah, thank you, hello, welcome. I know everybody's like low energy, chill energy. So like, I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. That, and it looks like Biden is more than likely going to be stepping down. Things that I'm learning today. Looks like Biden will be stepping down. And the Democratic billionaires who are pushing for this particular change are also trying to remove Kamala Harris from the ticket. And they want to bring in a whole new candidate. The fact that we are allowing billionaires to dictate who our possible presidential candidates can be just tells me that pretty much, yeah, our parties are bought and paid for. Like, the incredibly fucking fucked up realization of that is still hitting me in waves. Oh, this is a laundry room. Hence the pipes behind me. But my laundry room has like a nice breezy, what do you call it? Nice little breezy window and access to my garden, which, let me go show you my garden real quick. Ugh. Boop, 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 boop. Mm-hmm. Make sure I don't step on any of the little jumpers that have been out here. Hi. So yeah. Yeah, these are... I had to cut this way back because they, of course, were getting munched on. But again, they're doing their job. That is their job in this garden, is to actually get munched on. And I am... Oh yeah, we're getting some good growth here. In the best of ways. We've also got some, like, strawberries. We've got, yeah, the strawberries are going wild. I've got to do something about the bagworms because they are decimating my frickin' sage. As you can see, like, I got rid of a shit ton of the caterpillars that were on my brassicas, so, like, they're bouncing back even after a couple days. My mint is doing well. Of course, all of my yams and other stuff, I'm gonna water this all tonight. It is hard to keep up with making sure that this gets enough water and doesn't become logged. But yeah, I need to get out here and clean up a bit as well. Nasturtium. Beautiful amount of parsley. Parsley is doing fantastic. As is apparently this apparently, so this is a ghost pepper. And it has been struggling for 2 years. And suddenly this is its blow up. So I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. Apparently it is finally getting the right amount of sun and everything else. Again, well, that needs a deep trimming. But again, these are sacrificed for a reason. They're meant to attract any little bugs, insects, slugs, all that kind of stuff. For whatever reason, they go to cabbages first. And then, of course, we've got der loofah. Are any of my big jumpers out? I love my little jumping spiders. They're just the bee's knees. But yeah, like, these are literally the size of my forearm. So, like, they are big loofahs. So I'm probably gonna come out here tomorrow, maybe do a little gardening, get things trimmed up. But yeah. Hello, darlings. Yeah, the garden is doing really well. I'm trying to hang in there as best I can. The world is just a little bit bonkers right now. But yes, how's everybody doing? What shall we speak on? Sorry, my brain went Weird Al Yankovic. Look at her. She looks at me. Yes. Oh. Honestly, let's just decompress for a few. Well, the funny thing is even though I tend to be a lot of positivity, a lot of, you know, the bright and the funny and whatnot, I really do like speaking on more adult topics. If it's simply speaking about interesting things, I love talking about Quink and BDSM, things like that, in an educational manner, because I have a degree of psych that I very much focused a lot of what I researched and what I did papers on and what I wanted to focus on was human sexuality. So gender identity, deviance, which deviance doesn't mean, oh my god, no, why was there a tractor trailer involved? Deviancy just means outside of that midsection on a bell curve. So it goes to either extreme. I find it endlessly fascinating, because why somebody wants something or is attracted to something, or you know, their thoughts on it, is such a personal it's such a personal thing, but also it's such a universal experience. Not that everybody has attraction, but everybody has some level of attraction, and then finding what encourages or drives or shapes the way somebody might perceive something, or why something gets like stuck in their head as being the, oh my god, this is the penultimate. Like, it's wild to see the different responses and like figure out what kind of helped shape people on certain levels. Some of it is nature. You're born with it. That impulse is just there from the get-go, like your sexual orientation. Some of it is nurture. You know, there was something that happened in your usually like childhood / youth that really made an impact on your life and the way you perceive things. Like, if you saw women who were like really strong and had a lot of muscle and were like saving people, you might develop a higher acuity towards muscle mommies. Women who have a lot of musculature to them, who do weightlifting, or who are, you know, like stunt women, that kind of stuff, that warrior woman thing. And it's because you saw the model, and the model, as in the role model, very much shaped how you viewed women, especially women who showed outward strength. At the same point in time, I also love talking about things like, maybe not so much politics, but like social policy. The hierarchy of intersections, because honestly, at the end of the day, everything comes down to the intersection of, and where do you fit within that intersection of. I also don't mind speaking on like world news, which currently, like, Bangladesh is making a lot of world news. And if you don't know about Bangladesh, we can speak on that for a few minutes. So currently in Bangladesh, apparently their systems for government jobs is set up in a very particular way. So 44% of these jobs are merit-based. Basically, anybody can have this job. All you have to do is apply for it and, you know, pass the interviews and all that kind of. 44%. The other 56% of government positions, especially some of the higher level government positions, are reserved that so only a very certain class of people, only a very certain section of people have access to the application for those jobs. At the same time, there is a massive unemployment issue in Bangladesh. And the students in Bangladesh are like, hey, you need to change this system of nepotism or discrimination and exclusion, because we're sitting here, we're students, many of us know that we're going to have trouble finding jobs because the vast majority that are available are only available to very certain people and not available to us. We want all jobs to be available to whoever needs it, whoever applies, because us being unemployed is a whole ass problem. And they're right. And so far, the government, I believe they're led by, I don't know if they do a prime minister. I know it's not a president, right? But they do a prime minister, and I think it's Prime Minister Desh, D-E-S-H, is apparently, like, using a very militarized police style to physically harm the students. And they only reported 19 unalivings of these students. And the students are like, no, it's not 19 of us, it's hundreds of us at this point. So yeah, again, this is yet another government that is trying to cover up mass unalivings of its citizens who are resisting these regimes. So yeah, it's like, it's kind of wild. Kind of wild. But yeah. Also, I'm just thinking, like, overall favorite topics? Comic books, anime, like gamer shit. I always love a good comparison between characters because, yeah, certain characters are wonderfully overpowered, and I love to do, like, I don't know, I love doing power comparisons. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. TikTok has so deeply shadow banned me, and, like, I cannot tell you why, other than I am not bringing the drama like I used to. Because when I was with He Who Shall Not Be Named and doing, like, flirtathons and shit, I used to get quite a bit of traffic, quite a bit of uptick and whatnot. But they always kept me at 19.9K for literal months. For literal months. Since, like, February. And I have just been noticing that my views are constantly getting just hammered. Thrown to the wrong side of TikTok as well. And, like, of course it doesn't do well with a certain sector of the population. But, like, the fact that they throttle... And I can never tell which one they're gonna do it to. But, like, on a good day, if I get, like, a couple thousand views, I'm supposed to be grateful for that shit. But, like, a lot of days, I am getting a couple hundred views. So, I mean, fucked if I know what they actually want. And, I mean, I started going through my follower list and, like, eliminating the ones that looked very much like they're probably bots. And TikTok stopped me from being able to, like, go through and chuck all the people that just really look like they were probably bots. The ones that, like, literally just have user number, user number, like, highly unlikely that they're a person. But yeah, like, TikTok was like, oh, no, you've taken too many people off your list. I don't think I'd done more than, like, maybe 100 people or so. But they're like, oh, no, you took too many people off your list. You can't thin the herd anymore for another 24 hours. I'm like, well, you're not giving me an option to be able to sweep for, like, deactivated accounts that aren't, like, actively on, or accounts that are more than likely bots. So WTF. Yeah. I never know what, I don't know what this platform wants, honestly. Just there's sometimes that I just feel like I'm doing social media wrong, that I'm doing platforms wrong. What's my third space? I don't have one. Other than this, really, I don't have very many, if any, third spaces. I occasionally hang out with friends over at their house, but because of my financial situation, I don't have the means to go and find a third space. I know where I'd like my third space to be, but so, if you don't know, I do some spicy work. And especially like DOMME. So I decided, okay, I'm going to join a club. I'm going to join a place where you can physically meet up, take classes, you know, do all that kind of stuff. And I remembered one of the places I used to go back in the day, and you have to have a membership to go in and do all those things. So I was like, oh, awesome, cool. I will go in, I will, you know, do the required class, get the orientation, do all the things. And then this way I will have somewhere where I can show up and be able to learn more and actually practice and, you know, meet like-minded people and hopefully meet somebody who likes to do what I do so that we can work more on my skills. Because I would like to do this in person as well. Paid the money, did all the things, did the orientation, got the membership card, the whole nine. But something felt like slightly not right. Like something wasn't being said. And, you know, sometimes you just get that in spots, and I was like, maybe I'm just being a little overly cautious because there's like 30 people that I have never met in this same room, and maybe this is just nerves. But, you know, keep observing, as I always do. And then I happened to go online, and onto their social media. Which I'd done before, but I hadn't really seen anything that was untoward. And then I noticed somebody made some commentary. It was like, oh, you're still holding these events even though blah, blah, blah happened. And you're trying to, you know, you're retaliating against particular volunteers. And I'm like, oh, wait. So I did like a deep dive. And apparently they have a problem with people who do not recognize consent and who were not recognizing safe words when safe words were being called. That is a whole problem. That is a big problem. So yeah, I was just like, oh no. So apparently they were also retaliating against volunteers and workers who were calling out, especially those people who were not recognizing safe words. And I'm like, that's a huge problem, and you didn't tell any of your potential new members that this had been a problem that has been apparently going on for a while, and that, like, within the last 6 months has gotten so much worse. And they're still allowing people who violated consent, like big violators of consent, multiple levels of consent violation. They're allowing those people to continue to show up at events, which makes the community very unsafe. So, oh, it's a little after, it's coming up on 7 o'clock for me. I started physically going through and sweeping out, what looked to be like bot accounts. Basically the ones that have the username, you know, like where normally mine says like Sanguine Threads, and it would just say username and then a bunch of numbers, and then down below it would also say username and a bunch of numbers with like no PFP of any variety. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, because if you keep all the bots, it kind of delegitimizes your platform in a lot of ways, because they're just bots. And bots are just there to basically grab your content and then parlay it elsewhere. So it's kind of twofold. But also I was noticing that my name, my Sanguine Threads moniker, also occurred a few times in accounts that were not yet accounted for, that I had reported to their legal department. So it's just like, okay, let's go through, let's sweep everything out. Anything that could be held against me as far as why they are not growing my number past 19.9K. If you got a lot of bots on your account, they're just assuming that you're buying them. And I don't buy bots. I don't have the money for it, firstly. Secondly, I want organic engagement, and I want an organic following, which is why I block anybody who's like, hey, do you want to come get promoted with us? No, no the fuck I don't. No the fuck I don't want to give you $50 for you to put me up on your website while you steal my content. Like, no, absolutely not. So, yeah. But yeah, hello. How do you do? But yeah, no, just bots were not good for engagement, and I would much rather have a more human base rather than just bot accounts. I don't like bot accounts. I really don't. I really, really don't. Oh, bot accounts. B-O-T. B-O-T. I don't like bot accounts. I've been going through, like, sweeping off some of the bot accounts that I've been finding here on my following. I would much rather prefer organic growth. But yeah, like, if you have too many bots on your account, sometimes they will count that against you and then not put you out to regular ass people. And like, they will basically, TikTok will basically go, oh, you've got a bunch of bot accounts, I guess we're just gonna sweep some of those off. Oh, we'll slowly sweep some of those off. And they end up not sweeping out bot accounts, but actual people, because I've had followers who have followed me for quite some time, who will then go, I don't remember unfollowing you. And I'm like, yep, that's TikTok. They would rather sweep off actual people instead of discerning what is a bot account and what is not. So I started helping them by sweeping out the goddamn bots myself. Right? That part. Like, I reported a literal dozen accounts, all using my name or some derivation of my name with my picture. With my fucking picture. It wasn't just my name. It was like my name and my pictures on there. And I'm like... And they're like, yeah, but we can't get rid of all. I'm like, why the fuck not? If they have my name and my picture, then why the hell can't you get rid of them? Yeah, it's just, and it's so frustrating because it's like, if they would just goddamn put some fucking integrity into this fucking app and actually do some goddamn work to get rid of these spam bots, ban their fucking VPN, ban their fucking IP, actually listen to creators, especially like people like Jasmine Gardens, Richard Reeds, like especially like tarot card, psychic, those kind of things, they get hit hard with scam accounts and whatnot. But TikTok does next to nothing. And like, trying to get verified on this fucking platform is a goddamn joke. And I don't care if Xiao, the owner of fucking TikTok, if he was sitting here in my comment section, I would say it to his fucking face, fuck you and fuck your terrible platform for how shitty it is to try and get goddamn verified on here. If we could verify our existence from the word go, it would cut down on the number of fucking spam accounts. And if you didn't have all these goddamn spam accounts running around fucking defrauding people, you would have a much better goddamn reputation. Their own shitty mismanagement of this fucking platform is one of the major reasons that our shitty ass politicians have half a goddamn say in what the fuck goes on. Because it's so poorly run. It is so poorly run. Hello, darlings. Thank you so much. And with it being so poorly run, it makes it so much easier for our lying ass politicians to turn around and go, well, look at all the fraud that's going on. Look at all these people who are able to scrape information and defraud people and buy and sell and trade. And I'm like, motherfuckers, Zuckerberg is 10 times worse. And we've literally caught that asshole red fucking handed, Cambridge Analytica, selling our goddamn information to the Russians and then letting the Russians run fucking, misinformation advertisements, targeted advertisements at that, during an election cycle. Makes me angry. But yeah, like the amount of not give a shit that this platform often shows its creators is galling. 2018 to about 2021 was the height of TikTok on a lot of levels. But when they showed us that they would much rather promote palm-colored people who do black-originated content, black cultural content, black cultural trends, they would promote and even make viral practically every palm-colored creator that they could find. And then deeply suppress the originators of a lot of those trends who were African or who were people of color or who were queer. Like, the amount of times that I've had TikTok block, mute, scrape, or take down stuff that had to do with me either being queer, do with me being fat, or do with me being a person of color or black. Like, they aren't slick when they do it. They're like, we're trying to make sure you don't get bullied. Are you? Are you? Are you actually trying to make sure I don't get bullied? Or, it's an oar big enough that I can paddle a boat with it. Or, are you not doing your job because holy fuck, it would only take you 2 seconds to banana hammer somebody who comes into my comments section and says something heinous. How about stop worrying about what I'm posting and then it's pissing on my leg and telling me it's rain that I don't appreciate. We're trying to no, you're not. No, you're not. If you're trying to actually cut down on bullying, you would actually hit bullies with the hammer. Oh, we're just trying to make sure that no, you're not. No, you're not. And do not piss on my leg and call it rain. I take offense to it. Because you're allowing people who are doing harmful shit to continue to do harmful shit instead of taking it down. The amount of comment sections that I have been in where people are openly and violently conflating being Jewish with being Zio while using little mustachioed man rhetoric. And when you report them, no violation is found. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, darling? I know, right? Apparently, it's a whole ass thing where a lot of people are not seeing me. A lot of people aren't being notified of me. Some people apparently have not seen me in months, even though I have been, you know, live broadcasting. I've been around. I mean, we remember when I had, you know, easily 100, 200, sometimes a couple thousand people in my lives, viewership wise, because I started advocating for myself, and because my mods muted and or blocked people who came in and who were violent and ugly and or racist or just really unbeholden, untoward. I got throttled way back. I got shadow banned. I got taken off the FYP for a lot of people. And yeah, like, it's hard not to be a little bit mad at points, because it's like, I do all this work. And they even, the thing that sucks worse about it is that they will actually give you the, oh my god, you're doing so well, quick, go on live, do more stuff, this, that, and the other. And it's like, I'm doing all of these things, and you're either sending me to the really wrong side of the fucking internet, as it were, or you're shadowing, like, everything I'm doing. So I don't understand how I'm supposed to, you know, garner more engagement and get more engagement when you're unfollowing people who have followed me and who are active on this platform, but you're not dealing with, like, the spam bot accounts. You're not dealing with the fake accounts. It's fucking all. Oh, good. Yeah. No, I'm glad that you've been working, 'cause yay. Hopefully it's been good work that you enjoy. But yeah, it's like, it's frustrating, 'cause I'm never sure what I am supposed to do. Like, what is the thing that actually garners the most attention? And the stuff that I like the most, the stuff that I put the most work into, that I find the funniest, that I personally engage with the most. Not to mention this whole thing with the beta creator programs, where you have to have stuff that is over a minute in order to have it monetized at all. That, I can't even explain to you how fucking frustrating that is. Because most people are not on this app for stuff that is over a minute long. Most people are somewhere between 6 and 15 seconds. But the very fact that they will not let you monetize that. Like, they could easily reduce how much that can be monetized by. Like, instead of doing dollars per 1,000 views, do pennies. But, like, recognize that most of the people on your app, most of your audience on this app, are not here for over a minute videos. They're here for the memes. They're here for the little dances. They're here for the short stuff. But the short stuff does not pay creators, like, anything. Unless, like, there's a different level that I am not privy to, that's fine. But, like, and by the way, I am speaking directly to TikTok when I say, fuck you, TikTok, for giving us the minute option to record and then automatically docking 1 fucking second from the minute that is recorded, so that that minute does not count towards the paid creator creation fund. If you put a minute on, that, you know how you have the 15 seconds, the 60 seconds, and the 10 minutes? No, you don't even have the 3 minute anymore. But yeah, you if you put it for 60 seconds and you record for that full 60 seconds, A, to get monetized, it has to be 1 minute and 1 second. And B, when you do the minute recording, it automatically docks 1 second, making it 59 seconds. So that you are 2 seconds short from being able to monetize on a video. I'm tired. I'm just overall tired at points, but like that shit drives me up a wall. Just absolutely drives me up a wall. And it's like, if I wear less clothing, if I have my corset on more often, those get docked. Those get knocked so much harder and so much faster. I can still cover practically everything, but the fact is, when I put on that corset and those go up and there's a nice large tract of land, I get dinged on those so fast and so hard, and I have to go in and I have to appeal them. And like literally I have to tell them, by the way, I am fully clothed here. I have covered all the parts. I am, like, literally the only part of my clothing that is open at all is that upper chest area so that I can breathe. Other than that, I am covered from, like, you know, stem to stern. The stems are definitely covered here. Like, there's nothing showing. At the same point in time, if I scroll or look for a certain thing, do you know what to look for? Usually yoga. Especially yoga and bathing suits. I have seen yoga in bathing suits, and they are the micro bathing suits. Grown-ass adults. I'm very okay since they were grown-ass adults. I didn't mind or care. But these are like micro bathing suits that are covering, barely covering somebody's religion, as it were. Hundreds of thousands of views. Thousands of saves and favorites. I'm perfectly okay with that. But it is of a very particular body type. And when my body type shows up with any amount of flesh showing, and they never seem to let me have enough growth that one or two people reporting doesn't get me knocked. Because I've seen a few plus-size creators who are able to wear bathing suits or able to wear these gorgeous little dresses and whatnot, and they have not only good engagement, but like they don't seem to like be getting knocked for it, but smaller creators, even like, or I guess I'm considered mid-size at this point for whatever reason, but like mid-sized creators, they get just throttled and hammered, and I don't know what to do in order to actually have success, like actual, like monetary success, I guess, or financial success on this platform. And I'm doing everything I can, and I'm just exhausted at this point, and I don't know how I wanted myself, I'm in the mindset, but yeah, like, there are times that I just want to give up on this platform because of how hard I work and yet how shitty I get treated, especially as far as monetization goes. They're trying to be YouTube, they're trying to be Twitch, they're trying to be a lot of things, but they're honestly not giving us actual room to be ourselves and build those kinds of platforms. So yeah. Oh, you're doing collagen shots? Oh no, I don't like needles in my face, but you can do that? Oh, I will be skipping that. Oh my goodness. Right? Right? You try and wear short shorts. And I'm not even saying like short shorts that are like bathing suit, like just short enough that they hit the top of your thigh and they want to flag that shit. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Hey, buddy. And that's my whole thing. It's like, and if I set my shit to 18 and over, because honestly, I only want adults viewing my stuff anyways. I prefer to interact with adults. I don't want to interact with, like, children, minors at all. But if I set a TikTok to 18 plus, just so that, you know, only adults can interact with it, that gets hammered even worse. Like, the views get throttled so low, I'd be lucky to break 100 over a day. Over even 2 to 3 days. I would be lucky to break 100 views on anything that I mark as 18 plus. And all I can think is, more than half of this fucking platform are over the age of 18. Why can't I mark myself 18 plus and still get the views and the range that I do when I don't mark it 18 plus? Like, that doesn't make a damn bit of sense. I'm just trying to cultivate a particular audience. Why aren't they allowing us to do that? Oh no, just happened to be in the laundry room because I've got a nice open window and it's a bit more breezy here and it's just way too hot because I was cooking in my kitchen. So, my little air conditioning unit, which suddenly seems very quiet. Did I turn it off? Yeah. Always about this point in time, just fucking, could you fly lower? Because I don't think we can hear you. But yeah. That part. Like, and that's the whole thing is, TikTok will let, like, no-name users keep me. They will let no-name users, the ones that have, like, user number, blah, 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 user number, blah, 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 they will let those no names, no profiles, nothing posted, they will let those sit around and be on this account. But they won't take them off. In fact, if I take off too many of them, they'll tell me that, oh no, you've had your limit of being able to remove people today. So, like, but they will take people who are active, who actively are participating or who are actively talking in comment sections, they will take them off as followers. But they won't take off no-name accounts. And that doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense. Hello, how do you do? 100%. Like 100%. And like, so many of those no-name accounts are also just stealing content. And, you know, shipping them over to other hubs, other accounts, who then sit there with your content and monetize that shit. And like, if you don't know exactly the name of the place, because, you know, they're like screen recording and then posting up your shit, and a lot of times they will crop out a good amount of it so that you can't see the name that is floating around. But like, they sit there and they steal your goddamn shit, and like, TikTok does next to nothing to help. And it is so, it's so fucking trying and disheartening at points. Because I did privatize my account at one point. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're the worst. They're the absolute, and I wish we had somewhere else better to go. Because if we did, I'd be there. I would be there. As it is, yeah, they suck. Anyways, I gotta head off. I want to grab a little bit of rest and then hopefully